Okay, it's back. I'm bringing it back up. It is electrocuting me so badly. You have no idea how painful it is. It's also being instinctory, not instinctory. Well, if he's electrocuting you, and then he's talking about like all the stuff he got guys to do to me, but I mean, I don't know. And then apparently there's like men sitting around on like the police APB or something, um, that are the guys that actually cause all this because they sit around and they give their opinions and they're all sitting there like watching it because people have reported this because they're sexually assaulting the other people they've talked about constantly and they won't get them into custody and the same I'm experiencing, which is the hideous amount of like electrocution and sexual assault and fondling. And apparently they're doing it to like women who are like live alone with their children. I think somebody has a dad with living with them. Oh, and a man is calling the call lunch. But instead there's like this like these men are sitting around like apparently the Hudas run in and then they sit around and they're making decisions, they're observing and deciding things. And it's been like Huda talk and they're stalling because they're not sure they want to risk this yet or something while like they're on live stream or something with the actual crime because the people around in the county. Why don't they just have corrections workers arrest these men? Really? Yeah, I don't know about that. But apparently they're in his story they're sitting around like discussing it. This sounds like it might be something they do. Yeah, but they're actually obstructing uh, justice in relation to they're just not getting them arrested right now. Otis Toole is sitting there doing what he's doing in this. They actually do. Does anybody remember Slobodan Milosevic's over here? You certainly do. I remember them a normal amount. When polled as far as everybody, every single person, yeah, like every single person that they just ignore me. He'll electrocute you, which makes you mad. But who did you talk about that? Does anybody remember Slobodan Milosevic is over here? Because I'm positive, and maybe because other people are on similar, but they just go where you go a bit with the people around you or a bit, and they might be on the same. I don't know about all that. They're actually a random sampling of the American and other populations in my head. And I met Slobodan Milosevic's for the normal amount. But I'm positive. So did my family. Um, what were Slobodan Milosevic's? They said they followed a rich man home here. His family like millionaires, and apparently he told them that they followed him home in the fourth grade and he was like beaten and sexually assaulted in fourth grade so badly by them because he believed they followed him home for when their townies hang out at the schools and get addresses and stuff like that. That's actually where they got the various like they're discussing it like little Stephanie or something who apparently is a wealthy they act like home invasion robbers. That was where they got Dylan, remember that? Yeah. They're not supposed to give a hot list of hot kids at the school. So these men, somebody, one of them gets addresses and checks out children at the schools in their story. But because his parents have like, $800,000 or $1 million in the bank, they're actually quite wealthy. Um, the like, he's in his 40s. The man says that when he was in the fourth grade, no, he was absolutely positive. You remember when the man is John Wayne? They're John Wayne Gacy on that day. Apparently they still are. And it's like they always come back. Like if this they land, they come back. If there's nothing to like we might have had money. Oh my father and mother might have just made like $200,000, and my grandfather passed away, my dad's father, not that long before, and they might have had money, and then they might have had some jewelry they didn't put in safes at that point, which they then moved it to the safe because it was over here. But they come back and they rape every female in the place. They gang rape incredibly violently. They do like a home invasion, gang rape. They just do, I swear under oath, and that is actually what's going on. These guys are going to be in the, they just are. Like, depending, they're extremely prolific. I'm sorry, this is the electrocution, or they were. Okay. So a random sampling of the population of America. Yeah, I'm gonna say I met Slobodan Milosevic here a normal amount, which was actually like, I mean, they were definitely cruising the police scanner, and like everywhere they got out. They must have gotten out through a nationwide something. They're real pushy, like it's like a a locust swarm or something. Well, they are. They're real. All of these guys are dangerous. Again, that's correct. A guy that is just absolutely rude, again, you stand down. No, it's actually a symptom. They're like schizoid affective or something, and it's real dangerous. So are the other ones. They're all seriously touching that. So he followed a fourth grade boy home. Yeah, because he knew the parents were millionaires, so he was interested and sexually assaulted him. He's absolutely positive. As like just beat him and rape him, or beat him and sexually assaulted him. Whatever it's doing now. Which is what I said. You could call him that. I think it was somebody that was talking about that. That's for correct. Look for marooting, like schizoid, but look for men that have zero, zilch, and zip actually credentials. All of them. Now, all the law enforcement are like, they were trained through the job, but they're basic training grounds. I don't think there's a. You can get some. There's a serious deficit of college degrees all around. And then the school system employees would be amazingly. Not one would have an education related anything whatsoever. They'd be everywhere. It'd be like theirs. They'd like, oh yeah, locust man, like they're waiting for her. Also, not anything that they're running around. Nothing is theirs, and they have absolutely no reason to be there. That's actually like a hood predator in a symptom. Yeah. Yeah, this is his dog. Give me that. I really, who? I'm not sure. It's just the wrong person. Very minimal education on the court employees, also, which is extremely surprising. And then, where is the judge and everybody else? Where are the judges? Where are the actual judges? It's like really noticeable. That's correct, because no judge could legally sign anything or have anything to do with a case like mine where they're aware that my evidence is created. We're not allowed to do that, and a judge is a reasonably high function higher. But for some reason, it's just whatever that thing is doing that's actually a handicap, man. Very, I think. Yeah, like they're pulling off, but that is a weird login. They're not pulling it off. They're basically just doing unbelievable things compared to if they were just sitting there. The thing wasn't there, and, which it has zero zip and zilch reason to be. If you were being gang raped, sexually abused by these men, you'd be screaming too. Or if you ever had been gang raped, sexually abused, you would be also. I have no idea, maybe where it got out and it got into pedophilia also. I mean, who knows? But they're like, I mean, they're the worst hood googly home invaders ever. It could just be criminals, but apparently people whose parents had like, $500,000 in the bank, remember them. Or families that own their own, their company owns their own company and a bulldozer and stuff. A nice Winnebago, remember them. and electrocute you and see how bad you're screaming. Do you realize how bad he is sexually assaulting that woman? That's the worst rapist in the history of. I really they need the court system employee that's a criminal to stand down. Also, we need you just to stop doing anything, and if you're beating and massaging the person's genitals, like as you're talking, and then you're doing the same thing to a family with two children or something in the story, and then you are actually doing that. Hmm. Are their parents calling the police? Somebody else called the police then right away. Hey, that guy did that to me once when I was a kid. Now they think about it. Like, that's the most hideous thing you could ever experience, and I think you could die from this. You definitely could die from it. How is I don't know how it's working on the child body as opposed to the adult body. This is the John Wayne Gacy bust of gang rapist pedophiles. That's John Wayne Gacy and I'm his victim. I don't know. Oh, he's always it's his topic. I think he's shouting it there while I electrocutes it. I'm not sure. No, I care, but I think I'm being sexually harassed. I'm not sure. Apparently, your behavior is unacceptable. He's gonna start electrocuting you again. Okay. Very. Oh. You did what in court? This is the situation. You're crazy? Why would I be crazy? I mean, yeah, now. It was a little different before this, so it doesn't apply either. Also, you got this a Dropbox egg, which is clear as a bottle. The same as now. The Dropbox night was the same as now. Yeah, all these men got was the Dropbox. Like, maybe I listen to you in your house and you get mad at me. No, you could do. I didn't do nothing at all. Oh, I did nothing throughout the whole thing that you would mistake for mental illness in relation to what was actually going on. I might be now just because it's so extreme. You mean taking absolute liberties with, yeah, with everything. Social everything. Also a gang identifier. Yeah. Women, children, very different perspective. That's one of the milkmaids. It's not the birth. That's a very child. They get a little bit weird, like, yeah, they could really be. No, I mean, it's, you want to hit the rails there, milkmaids? All right. But no, they're not old enough to be. I was taking a kerchief with a kerchief in that back. Yeah, it's not on TV. Okay. Yes, you could end up with in my. Yeah, okay, for a teen runaways. Got it. We're different on it. Yeah. Yeah, whatever gets shouted back at that thing, it's probably not the other person's fault. Do you realize I'm sorry, I'm just like, do you realize you have to get that man into custody right now? Um, owe me life in the pen. Every single judge in Virginia owes me life in the pen. Technically. Every They also owe these all the other victims life in the pen. You get it on that also. Because I sitting around and we're discussing opinions in court on things. You need to get her to school and Baby Gaskins in custody right now and out of my house. I don't think Chaddock. What is it there's not to believe about that? Is the problem with like comments like that, obviously. I don't know who would ever do such a thing. We're very sorry you reported it to every court system in Virginia every 5 months. And every court system employee in Virginia about every 5 or 6 months. And then you call back a lot of them, especially the federal court system in Virginia, whose jurisdiction it is. And these monsters instead subjected you to the gang rape, sexual abuse of the stalking by these men. That was they do that. They're so schizophrenic, retarded, but it's not funny. The incredible gang rape, home invasion, sexual abuse, stalking, which you also, your groups are in fact responsible for every crime that has occurred here. So is whatever's going on with who's actually in the courts, and for whatever reason, you're responsible for every single crime committed by these men, which are the most and highest and unbelievable amounts of crime. You need to immediately apparently we're operating on under something different for human decency, but okay, so you're not worried about, well, they don't really think anybody's around to watch them, and so they don't see any immediate need to immediately rush in and get the man into custody that is sexually abusing you and children. And they're sorry, but they probably are. It's not very nice people. No, it's really not. It's enough about being nice people. Apparently that's extremely offensive. You just owe me life in prison for it. Technically, illegally, you all owe me. Every judge in North Carolina and Arkansas owes me life in prison. And Virginia. And DC. They are also, every single one, especially the ones, doing something throughout the entire thing. Yeah, that's correct. Every single one of you that are offending with these men, you do actually, in that case, we want you to serve your life in prison. I'm demanding that you serve the rest of your life in prison. Under all American law. You're all police department members, technically, out of all judges and court employees. That goes for corrections workers and everyone else. You did not get the perp off the street who is committing the highest class A felony. Kidnapping, all this stuff, all this stuff. He's in fact, conspiracy to murder, kidnap, rape, torture, extreme in need of psych evaluation and interaction. Well, that hurts a little bit. You feel that? I'm still going to use that. And then I said, get that man. No, this is my stuff in here, and I have so much fun doing this to her. She's sobbing and sobbing again. which I think is hot. Okay, thank you, this is body noise. Well, I didn't understand, it was crazy. It's not, it is what it is, and I explained it was fine. Now it's doing all this. He's magic. He calls the cops on me. This is every time we watch it. You know, we're in America. Nobody's allowed to rape your family to death. They need to do a welfare check on any children you have. People don't even think about such things. They might if you were like, Adam Walsh's mother, and really, and Lourdes Tool's child was there or something. Really, look. That's not going to happen. It's not going to be like you're standing there as the grieving and horrified victim of the 15 years of the sexual abuse crime, and then, there's the guy here, have the guy's child. Okay, well, this is. I'm not sure we need to do that to the victim either, really. So, like, I want to still, well, you don't know, yeah, I want to still killed your son. But Adam Walsh, really, yeah. Oh. You probably is Adam Walsh's mother. Just, usually they view your children as victims also. They just don't really think of that. That's not really an American way of thinking. If it was this really, if it was a man that was like mocking his victim and his child is there, is what they're saying. I'm not sure, when they're actually thinking about it, that's sort of the problem with you, Hoodie. You're technically a schizoid personality disorder that's a hood predator. It's a predator. It's like you're quite dangerous. There's like names for it, really. Yeah, that very much, you very much have a personality disorder, and then who the heck are you again? And what are you doing to, the normal day? No, there's not really any reason to, and then please stick to like appropriate interactions and why are you here or interacting at all? This is not an appropriate interaction with the situation. I'm very much allowed to report this crime, and you're very much and have been, you're only retaliating against the guy reporting a crime you committed, which is very much against the law. So, Praise outlets, mega outlets, and you know, managers. For one price. Never put nothing in contingent. I don't really care in relation to that, and actually there's a someone in the part-time no, I don't have to do that. Okay. And I'm completely, I feel sexually harassed by all that, and that is Captain, holy Christ, on the, you really gonna have that's a thing somewhere? Or, yeah, I just want to sound like that. But you know it's coming from the other guy that is sexually assaulting and electrocuting you have to go. If I turn it on the meth pain for one of them chasing the but I mean, if someone is literally like, okay, class A felony sexually assaulting you, they're talking about, you know, whole speech since day one has been Otis Toole and President Smart's which everybody's talking about. Oh, so you're actually physically, technically, legally being class A felony sexually assaulted to the point of rape? And the other guy is actually technically, legally, a perp of it? What else in dignity, man? Yeah, okay. And there's like 8 of them? Okay. Well, it's complete rape. There's nothing you can do about it. You also judge it for it. Okay. It's been going on too long for Grace Under Fire, okay? This stuff is not even cussing. I was being electrocuted too badly to make it to. Okay. What was it like? Okay, so you're being with pretty much. Running first. I agree. The problem is they are like literally slow down Milosevic's. Are we sure they aren't just some kind of hood criminal out really casing the joints? And then there are guys that That's a pedophile or something. It always has been. That's technically like it's just it's an antisocial predatory personality disorder. Uh, like, that's dangerous. But we didn't come in and then we were like rude to the other guy sitting there. Yeah, it's like a, and then, and then you just sort of push through, give me that. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a, it's a behavioral personality disorder that's dangerous. It's very criminal. Oh, please, please and thank you. Oh, hi, my name is, be introduced yourself that way. Oh, this is my, you have to give your name and your social security number to somebody. Yeah, that number. Well, we introduce ourselves as, hi, my name is Lauren. I am from planet Earth. Yeah, some people are Slobodan Milosevic on my mouth is burning. When I was 9, because I was it did that to me in New Jersey once. I thought it had something to do with contracts for schools. Contracts. Yeah, because their parents again felt like, oh, older than they go. And something like followed my dad and my kids. It could have been anything. We had 3 little boys. They had 3 brothers. Those men, they all call them the New Jersey Sewermen. Really, yeah, they're actually really hated. They kind of ran New Jersey law. They come from like a town in history. I've heard that too. But yeah, they're like from like Roxborough or something, but on like the hood side. It's like being from Capitol Boulevard in Milford. Right? Uh, that they don't want them doing that. They just call them that too. Like it's like uh, the Silverman from New Jersey. Yeah, it's probably where somebody got the idea. It's like a known story. It's like it. It's an it story. But it's about like a scenario. They act like that. Like, yeah, that was what I was saying. Like, you're sitting on the top. You're like, with it. No, but we was sitting in the toilet, it's like on the floor, coloring, like, coloring books, and working on my homework in front of the TV, which probably all I was doing something. But on something home, so you can do your homework, watching Lassie or something, and, like, something that sounded like Lenny, Nibble, and Teddy was like, but really, yeah, like, really weird. They sounded schizophrenic. They definitely had a woman's voice with them. It was like, uh, it was like a schizophrenic, but yeah, my mom said the same thing. But it, it was a lot like this. Where it was, so if you're a millionaire's son, maybe the other guy that lives all home, so the father had, they literally had like a million dollars. But yeah, they're actually multi business owners. It's very illegal. But it was like slipping in Melissa's bitch. So you believe you and like for example that man have had a normal amount. Yeah, if you're kind of lucky to be alive, is what everybody said. Exactly, especially if like I'm not sure. You need to stop. No, stand down. I know it's not interesting when I'm not bouncing and running and screaming. Not really. I'm tired of hearing myself talk. Quit the topic. I need to be careful not to cut the phone line on a situation, any situations. But yeah, you really need to stop. Okay, you're not allowed to cut the phone line. I can't believe this that You did all this. It was really, yeah, that, that goes for whatever's going on, you have to stop doing it. It's absolutely extraneous and it's crime. It's very criminal and it's very dangerous. There's no such thing as that. Okay? What actually, how it works is that everything that's a felony and at least for misdemeanors has to be stopped. Always. That's the end of it. And the proper application of the law is if you commit a felony, you get nabbed by the police, and then they, treat you appropriately, but you cannot commit the felonies, and you can't go home until you're not going to commit the felonies anymore, and well, out on bail, at all, things like that. So you're just being treated too for the specific thing you did that was against the law. And then there's punitive. You have to pay damages. You have to pay damages for breaking the law and that kind of thing. Look at happen to you. I mean, as far as me goes, less than anybody, but I mean, that's actually like a thing said in law school. All right, you're off out of the court. You're too schizophrenic or handicapped or retarded or poorly qualified. You're not allowed to do that if the person is like the same as everybody going by in a completely average crowd. So if you went in an okay neighborhood or an okay day for the normal in wherever they live, then they're not like, and they're pretty much whatever that community felonies, pretty much completely law abiding. So all the people walking down the street on the pier on a nice summer night. What this guy's got going on is, that's correct. That's not like a thing because it's not reported. Then there's all this stuff in relation to, which you're not following at all when police interact when they don't. And then police never interact. They can go up to you if you're on probation and interact. They could actually like request, and then actually they have to let them to search your house. They're supposed to have reason, but if you're on probation, they can do that. But of course, it's all like, it's just there, it's accountable. Like you could turn it into the news, like which you did, which you're allowed to do. Okay, you see this difference in this society. I mean, you would never. Now, when you realize the evidence was created and this Castle was a kidnapping victim, it's kind of because you're on planet Earth in a enfranchised normal world. You're not in the traveling like, truck driver or working guy that can rent somewhere. Or, you're not allowed to act out there. Otherwise you won't be able to ever afford you can't sell a so many cute little boat on Lake Windermere. It's like fun. At least they're living in traveling or something as a male working. Or hobo part of town, but I don't know why we would be like well, that's what you're like. That's what we're doing around here. Yeah, I mean, even if you steal, crime doesn't pay. If you have a job, no, it doesn't at all. Especially if you have like a job that's like, yeah, I have a job and it works. It works okay. I pay okay. Now I have money to put into other things, as far as like, okay, so I started all business over here, and there's all the normal people that are paying on bills with me. Oh. That's a problem. You're like, crime does pay there, I think, okay. Yeah, there's an economics of like, I can make like $1,000 extra here, and I can certainly use $11 and $300 here. Bad employee theft, which you know how to do. Or theft. You're really not allowed to do it. Oh, no, here's the airport somewhere. There's a boat. I don't know. There's people like, no. Well, they wouldn't. I wouldn't steal if they were. I don't care if you wouldn't. They're still like, they're on an island, really. Yeah. If you just left it there, not left it there. You could steal it. There's still stuff. Maybe it's abandoned. I could use it better. Yeah. However that works, wherever's airport it is, that's what you steer. You go to the police. These guys may have already stolen something. But they're not supposed to be interacting with the person who reported them for stealing something at all. It's just the law. And then if they actually stole something, then it will speak for themselves. Or it will not. Ooh, you're stupid. I need you lied. You're ashamed, man. And you are a stabby lady. You stabby lady. You're schizophrenic. That would be embarrassing. You might be pretty like you should have talked about the better there. It's embarrassing. You are not thinking about having an embarrassing day in court. You guys are really odd to run around to see who's. But you're not thinking about it at all. I'm still thinking about it. I think I'm still being electrocuted. Yeah, I think so too. As the guy, no, don't you start me with that. That's why you're screaming, noise and you're screaming, so you're doing electrocuted stuff. Yeah. That's sexual assault. There's also something like, I'm like, butt. No, it was up in butt too. It was up your video, it was up a video. He's pissing me off to no end, and then it's like, I think that they're doing that. Video status, or argument for whatever part is this that you're talking about. It's videos. I don't know what that would do that in New York State. Yeah, Boco is like could not have been nicer otherwise. It is pretty like yeah, there's a lot of wealthy stuff there. But it couldn't have been. But I mean, as far as like clean, do I say warm? No, no, you never know because I mean, maybe you're in like Manhattan or something, and like it's not like a movie because it's drama and kind of condensed on movies and not that long. Yeah. Let's talk. Yeah. Okay, let's hear about work 10 minutes from now. He the well, maybe it's not been that long. Oh, like if you're already living in Manhattan or something, like in Midtown, it's ritzy, but maybe there's something like there wasn't, and where we we're like kind of Repulse Bay in Singapore, Hong Kong or something, somewhere without you things in it. It would have been like just an absolutely awesome world. Yeah. No, these men that they brought in, you bring people into Singapore to do specific jobs. Otherwise, you're a Singaporean. No, they'll try to find you one. There wouldn't have been any. I don't think you. Yeah, okay. Here's. But like, okay, so the world without whatever. Now, the story about Slobodan Milosevic follows gets because he's looking for like, yeah, I get it. That's actually probably correct, and not going to be asking anybody. But apparently they're getting the law enforcement tech from law enforcement somewhere. From somewhere. Because these men are using it. It was a very widespread rape predator. It's a really bad rapist, they said. It's kind of unbelievable what it does. That's correct, I'm like an attractive woman. But that's gonna be a normal amount of there's gonna be people that were stalked by the thing like this. But really, there is, where else are you still using the sexual assault device? Really, yeah, because there is gonna be stuff now that's running around for years, really, that you needed to alert the public of it. Yeah, you still very much are really. It's just, I think there's gonna be people that lived in like a village of the neighbor situation with a lot of sexual assault on that thing, but yeah. I mean, because I'm analyzing what it is now and what it's kind of been all throughout. I'm not, the sexual assault of us was with Slobodan Milosevic's guys on it. They always come back and like they rape like every woman in the house and child. Really, yeah, they're unbelievable. Well, they are, and it's just a fact. They need to get all of this stuff too predatory, too hyper aggressive. Yeah, out. No, you need to stand down. You can't punch your way into the car, okay? You put the car. No, but yeah, Boca couldn't have been like. I was aware of it. So was my mother. Oh, he said that. You know, it's your mother kicking you. Like what? Behave yourself around the. I get it. Oh. Oh, and I get it. I want to do that too. Right. all the doctors and lawyers and such. I mean, I was too little for there to be like a conflict of interest. And then my mother made sure, holy crust on Hooters for Crunchy's sake. Really? I mean, you gotta be kidding me. Really, on that. They're unbelievable. Everybody said the same thing. My understanding, because because we have people that live in Boca, they got them out of there, and they were an outbreak. And if they're positive, everybody, like people talked about it. They went to the public high school in Boca. They got those out of there too. It was like Hudas. I mean, they're because Hudas, like I get it. The gaping hole in Huda's brain, really, and soul. Crap that died and went to hell and came back wrong. Really wrong. Well, like, no, because everybody has the Huda. No, not everybody has whatever the schizo do to make people's church. It's dangerous. And it's just called that way. Can we just watch a movie where that guy did that? We all got it. Okay? But it's a movie, not me. Okay, well, Huda, can you behave yourself? Thank you, Huda. Can you sit down and behave yourself, or let's go on? Yeah. That didn't have any reason to be there. I think that's how they kicked him out in Boca, they said. Um, People really noticed because they were pulling, they just, do you understand what like a peaceful day? Like instead of, yeah, that's schizophrenic domestic violence with males and stuff. Because like, what kind of day would it be without this? You're not the entertainment. Um, if I was the entertainment, I'd be trying to do something different with it. I would have had time to get something I'm cool about. I could be doing this a reasonable amount, but it wouldn't necessarily be like this. Oh, but I would do this till the cows came home and the beast was dead. Yeah. You cannot have whoever those were. Right, that is incredible. If you were Richie Riches, what would your thoughts on like, well, you are if your mom and dad's got $1,000,000. What would your thoughts be on the guy that did that? Was it like a filthy man with like a gold earring? Yeah, on the crawl through the window. Really, yeah, that's not Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean cleaned it off, okay? Where is Officer McGruff or something like that? I don't know what that is. But they're referencing you, but like that's about it. Really. You didn't say that. It's just that's actually the kind of thing they do. Oh, I would fight that thing, and I hope somebody shoots it till the day I die. All of it. Oh, you have to. Do you understand what that thing does if it gets in the house? I didn't, oh, it's a criminal. Why you fight it through appropriate legal means by strengthening your legal system? I'd rather be doing that way than this, which is, like, but I have to get this done because this is a crime. Oh, you can't have stuff like this going on. Also, it's going on to me, and this is what it does. So I'm in a horrible pain, and I'm afraid to drive the car again with all that. I don't know about that, but maybe. No, I'm doing a book club. I'd be sitting on the couch reading a book by myself. Um, I don't know. You probably can't, but you come up and chat to me at work. Well, depending on where you work. Ask a lady out or be friends with her. But you don't have any interactions with females or people like this. Yeah. Rarely, but that's what I've been discussed. Like for some reason, home invaders do that. You're not just here to mob people, it's here to rape people. Working on life in the pen, hey, would you think they're going to end up? They probably do. I mean, I'd be a. It's pretty wild around here. Um, I think they might kill us because they don't really, yeah, because you don't really, kind of dead men don't tell tales or something. Uh, we already got that far. Maybe they don't plan to get caught, but goodness. I'm sure they'd get caught as far as I've ever been before this. Oh, yeah, to me it sounds really bad. Like that's just a grab it, snatch and grab, robbery. That kind of stuff is like a just a you encountered a really dangerous man that's not supposed to be at large. They're supposed to have got head and welfare. You have to do that. I wouldn't believe that, but I wouldn't believe that, but I believe it. Okay, why? It's a big city, and there's just googly people out there that are big and dangerous. Mm. And you need to monitor this tech better. Like, I'm not sure just somebody that's a criminal will wander off with it if it's whatever you're doing is, these men are capable of accessing. It was a lot like these guys. Yeah, the sewer man of New Jersey. Yeah. It was actually from there. Okay, well that didn't turn out well in your case. Which one is from Slumville? That's African American. And he's a white guy. He's schizophrenic. And you're not arresting these men if they're over there doing what. Well, that's because that could be depression. I always have to criticize it just for my case. That's why I'm here. Oh yeah, I've been here the whole time, and you're the man talking about most intrusive. I can't imagine. I think that the children must be psychologically so like traumatized by what you're saying and doing. And I'm afraid you have children. I don't know, just absolute trauma and horror. At whatever that thing just did and said. Oh yeah, you scream it when you realize it's there. It's good to have caught the thing. Yeah. Finding the enemy is different than defeating him, but I think we're closer. It's incredibly good. Like more people know about that's what it is. Yeah, you're an audible noise. The fact that you can hear it, you hear it really clearly. I don't know what you did in Miss Casper's house, but you know, it wasn't the brightest idea. I mean, goodness. Oh, you haven't gotten away with stuff for a long time. Pretty sure loud as heck. You can hear it clear as a bell. And how nasty is that inaudible noise? You should get the electrocution and sexual assault devices around. Why isn't that man under arrest right now? You know enough where that man is. Don't you start sexually assaulting me while you're dating me. How on their couch watching ducks? Would you? You're not allowed. So they're not getting him into custody because the Wake County Prosecutor's Office did all the rest of that. So he's sexually assaulting a fifth grader to do just like also. Our mother calls the police. That's not my fault. I reported that man so many times. Would you get these men into custody? Well, don't do all that then. And then now are we working on being the like worst guy ever, most hated guy ever? Why? Because the most hated guy ever. And good, you're gonna end up in prison for the rest of your life. What the other man is actually using like an electronic sexual assault device on 10-year-olds to death. Because the man actually has a sexual assault device. I mean, this happens every Thursday at the Wake County Court. Right? It could. It's sorry, I mean, on planet Earth, in the newspaper, everybody just read in all our lives a pedophile like you. Okay, so we're sitting on our couch watching ducks and the hurricane and a ducks and hurricane prep or something, and a there's a pedophile on the loose. Yep, they're looking for him or a lost child and they're afraid there's a pedophile. Ooh, okay. But so the other guy that you're obstructing justice for is actually, well, I've said this a lot, is actually molesting children. Okay. With a car grounding some kind of electronic device that electronically attacks the body, which is a weapon, and they've hooked a TENS therapy device to it. And the guy, whatever that thing, my internet, like my cell phone stalker, my video game walkthrough stalker, and the guy who sits and watches stuff with me online, and then like, um, no, you can't run enough in that. No. Why I mean, I recorded the depth of it. He's doing that. He's sitting over there talking to himself about sexually assaulting children. Next thing I know, I'm like being attacked by the gravitron or something, the space alien ship, and like, what in the world? I mean, electrocuted and like it feels like you're being grounded, and then I'm being sexually assaulted with a pulse therapy device, and it's really bad. Like I'm gonna pass out from it. Why are you using police tech weapons on Miss Casper needs to go in for her mental health? That's why I sent those guys to the door. Maybe even, which is a conversation about what's in the police station here. They, which is hideous, really, in relation to the rest of this. Yeah, and everything you're all Castro dudes. I mean, I don't, yeah. But the man has been talking to him. She's correct. The man has been talking to him, which you all know because other people in the story, like that thing where like they almost got arrested, was like that. They're not actually going to get arrested. There's like warrants out for them somewhere in their story also. But they like brushed them all off by saying jurisdiction for these guys, which is why you have to go to prison because they went back to doing this, which is what was reported, which is electrocuting, tasing, and sexually massaging and assaulting children. Sorry. Well, that's not good. I think probably I'm dying. You're falling apart, Miss Catherine. Mm, probably. I wasn't all throughout until they started electrocuting me. Really, yeah. You're sure? Absolutely positive. Like there could not be a the guy with the earring from the last story needs to be arrested now. Whatever that story is, but that's actually the kind of story it is. And it's hideous. And it's the same sexual assault device these men are using now, or it's the same thing. You, the, don't even give them ideas. They'll try to find it. Really, yeah. Whatever shattered the glass. Vibration, I think. I knocked it over with a sock. Like me. But they would get angry because the no, yeah, okay, the incredible aggression of the steroid thing. Is he taking something? It's not very good for your head. I think you have rabies. Really badly. I don't care. I need you out of my house now. Well, you don't get the privilege of having us out of our house, your house now. We'll just say that. Are you out of your mind? Well, apparently the Wake County prosecutors, well, he just says stuff like that, but like he's molesting a child, and of course, it's a crackhead. It just won't stop doing it. But it has like a bludgeoning sexual assault device. The judges are in trouble. Um, that's correct. Somebody had to intervene in the situation. Um, a long time ago. You have to intervene in situations. It's your jurisdiction because you're looking at it and you're police officers right now, and you have to arrest the pedophile. And then they need to figure out what in the heck is wrong right here. The man is Otis Toll kidnapping Adam Walsh. I'm sure there's people who understand that completely. I put it very clearly all throughout, and all everybody got was the. I'm sure they got more from the likes of you. Yeah, all they got was like I would be working on the email list if it wasn't doing this and doing callbacks. That's correct. That's all the 2021 and 2017 kidnapping were. Him, the men involved in this, yeah, this is worse than the boat thief. Might think he stole a boat. I can see that. He got reasonably far. No, the other one's this guy. He's all like, so he's like, I'm paying attention. No, not really. Um, that's not good. It's not like a, it's embarrassing. It's bad. Well, he appears to be like a carjacker. Well, the incredible amounts of crime they committed. Yeah, when they decided to do something, well, did anything happen in 2017? No, nothing whatsoever. Everybody was there unless this was going on behind the scenes. But I mean, you're very much trying to call the police to get this out of your behind the scenes. But also, you really, yeah, and never back again. Is it my fault my evidence is created? That's a problem also, which then was explained to you the entire month that you decided to come to the house to like kidnap me, and you actually extradited me back to Arkansas. I was in that. It was unbelievable. It was really strange when I got back there too. You have no idea. He's probably written over it. I read it like actually well and interestingly, and then there it was just kind of he really ding dongs it. Really, yeah. Like I mean, big about fight it, but I mean it's in him too, and I don't know why. I think it's just his bad writing. It could be that's like was the plot twist. I well, that's come up. I mean, I don't know. It'd be like in a movie. It's so hideous. That's where we murder the people. Is he like waving an arm? What happens to you if they take your family there? No wonder the people are calling the cops. That's actually why we survived in New York. Maybe. Well, maybe that's why they're just skitzing out. This is like a car full of like, oh, Romania gets it. When you're like, it's on, just happened to be on the live stream. Press off Romania. And like, what are they? Or you're in Wyoming, range, Dubai, yeah, Du Bois, Wyoming. So they've actually killed people before? Yeah, like you're in like Fargo or No Country for Old Men. Oh, that would have been in the movie. Well, maybe it's in the movie because it's true. I am the deliverance guy. Yeah, like Jason Jovan Campbell's actually killed people before. Albert Fish again? Nothing but trouble? I mean, I don't know. Just glad to get out of there and away from this. Really. Yeah. I didn't rate it like that. I didn't like rates ever. It's scary, but I mean, I don't know. This guy makes you sound like a bimbo. Oh, that's nice. We didn't. Or bimbo. And now here's the screen green or something. I feel like someone said something slightly off-putting about her, but she is. Here's bait. I don't know. Maybe she could have. Well, probably the guy gets strangled by one of them in the county jail. Actually, pretty cute. Yeah, white lady, and she might be living quite the hit by Appalachian June. So that one here, you might have kept her longer. Yeah, maybe. So then the Appalachian June got strangled. Yeah, or other guy. Let's see what I talk sometimes. I don't talk stupid. Other person. No, I don't know her name, so I just gave her name. Remember, you little lady, like sleep. Might do stuff. Yeah, it was probably not her fault though. Because she stopped eating drugs. Quite pretty. Her teeth, the teeth were unbelievable. Yeah, that sounds like really bad for your teeth. Maybe. Well, that would make her the lady of the evening, the Mount St. Helens, Washington, on the trucking route. Yeah, not strangled. Which maybe these guys have like done before. Who are they even? Like, what the hell is this? Oh. Well, they were home invaders. They won. Oh. Well, it's not a good idea to use that there. You're not allowed to take a sexual assault device. Okay, so there's tech out there. Yeah, and it's definitely real, and it's very, very dangerous. I don't know, like getting sexually assaulted by something attached to a car battery. It's horrible. Or electrocuted with a car battery. Not doing good down here. You need to calm down, to say the least. They're sexually assaulting children on the thing 24/7 in their story. They've got crazy men that say, okay, so you're in quite the wild car. Actually, they've killed people, really. Well, there's no such thing as that either, but who knows? That's why he just doesn't care. I don't know, maybe that's his boyfriend. They're high on drugs. Maybe you're not on like a serial killer's trailer. Because you asked. Well, somebody needs to go keep these guys support girls and ladies, but then any lady that's running around with them needs to be yelled at. Also yelled at with them. They gotta go to jail. They released it. It's a horrible story. I really liked them though. They really forgot to like drive to my house and give me my evidence, even though they're just over at the altered states people. Yeah, I'll say why. Jesus. Well, like, even though I'm just up the street from the police station, and I just sent you an email politely asking, and I'm a completely, I'm a completely ordinary person, and you're on planet Earth in America. That's a lot of weird behavior, and that's very much created evidence. And why is your phone line cut? Yeah, because I reported it. I'd be like, why is the woman's phone line cut? Well, what the hell happened here? Really? Yeah, because that is what happened here. So just, I don't know. It doesn't need your opinion on it. You really messed up. You also don't like do weird stuff to me for whatever. It's creepy, very creepy. That's very bad also. You weren't supposed to send it to them anymore. I made fun of them. Okay, so your response was to just get more ridiculous and then like really evil. You realize everybody's watching, right? See, I didn't look at it. There's a lot of emails on there. Hmm, creepy. Well, it is. It's just creepy. I don't know what does all that. It needs to not do that. Hmm. They just need to give me the evidence that that's the cops. Everybody else forgot to bring me your evidence too. I know. I said that. Oh yeah, really have actually. It's so weird because like, we're like yeah, well, quite anybody been eyeball that all night on night shift? You remember that? No, I don't wonder, but do we have that much else going on? Maybe. Um, not really, but do wherever there is anything else going on? Not really. No. What is it even? It's a demon. No, technically, I guess. Eh, demon. It's technically a man that's like a criminal and a pedophile that wants to stalk all night. Just ignore it. No, that's dangerous. It's dangerous to kids, really. Yeah. What do you think of that? Guy was hobo guy. Yeah, it's like a schizophrenic goof on one. There is such a thing. Yeah, it's terrifying. You try not to make eye contact. Like I remember spending a whole night like that. Really, yeah, because like Lenny was on night shift somewhere. I'm gonna say that, well, I'm gonna say a high. It's actually it should be interesting. People are not gonna respond to that. They don't mean to, but it's so bad. I think maybe they do. They look for that part forever. Normalize like, well, it's technically like a somebody sexually assaults people. If anybody really badly sexually assaulted by the guy, they can edit for whatever because that would do that. But in a taxi where you're like naked with like a sexual assault device, that it's like a assault device. It's like the car battery and the buckets from Slump. Oh, it is, and it just like tries to attack your crotch, and it's kind of strong, really. Yeah, might have been made for adults. I'm not sure. But the crotch thing is strong. But it's like hitting by a car or something. I guess it's electrocution. How are they getting that? How are they? How does that work? I don't know. It probably has something to do with like boating and trucking and heavy machinery and electricity and moving and stuff, balancing things. I should know even. I don't know. Cars. Where is it coming from? You know the cell phone to the cell phone tower. Oh, well, that's awful. What is what he did? Whatever this freak monster is his son. He's on a spree. It's the end. Yeah, the natural one killer is really really, really evil. Home invader rapist. Whatever happens when you actually do a home invasion, which these guys actually did. I think I realized Corfu agrees. Shit. Hi, I get lost. I'm kind of weird, but okay. They actually did a home invasion. Now the cops aren't here yet. That's how you get away with it. Hmm. 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 How you get aw No, I'd still get caught, and it's awful. You look for like grandmas that are mean, grandparents that are mean. Yeah, don't have any family. Okay? They're really elderly. These are mean ones. Like they're really mean ones. Like Dexter. Because then you don't learn the trade, is what he just said. Well, I think everybody learned the trade, which is basically just, I don't know what. Um, it seemed to be forward momentum and like, well, you did the home invasion and now you're on a spree. Because they're big schizophrenic. Are they actual murderers? Yeah. Maybe. They've murdered before. Could actually be a thing. It's pretty creepy, but it's. Okay, so there's a guy there at the elephant pet and Namibia. I mean, I need to look at my map. You have maps, and you look at my encyclopedia. Yeah, I mean, it's so whatever. I wasn't paying attention to your journal. I'm gonna survive. But yeah, you really took a lot of years of my life with all this. Yeah, it's hideous. Your kid numbers have been on. I actually did. The Wake County Courthouse is the organized crime. This is just I told you so. Say the least. Like, ridiculous. What are you doing? You can't do anything that's actually there's no breaking the law. There's actually no breaking the law, but they could tell you misdemeanors and innocent or not. You get arrested in relation to tithing. I don't know. It's tidy alcohol misdemeanor. The higher ones you always get arrested. Yeah, it says that you could be. No, it's just a law. Like it's like felonies. You're really just not. It's a solve the table. The court system will land. It's been in the court system all year. Like, no. Well, that's not your dog. To retaliate. Most people don't commit any felonies. I, you're committing a lot of felonies. Like, you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to steal, assault. You're not allowed to do any felonies. Rape, rob, murder. So do we have this go back to like a felony-free day? It's an arrest point, which is like a Jessica's law as soon as they follow you home. Because the evidence, to say the least, the evidence is created and I'm a kidnapping victim. And then the fact that they did all the rest of this, it is unbelievable. So. And now you're trying to cover up that they did all of this by letting them continue to do this. No, I think that's part of it. By who? I'm not sure. I don't know why they do that. Why? Why do they say it's like a? It's not any business if it's a closed case. Their business. I guess that's real professional because it's just not a closed case because the same man. There's so many things like that. Well, those are like strong laws. You have to arrest. Yeah, they decided to keep it longer, and then they told them there was like something more to it, or they just needed to make sure a little bit if it was not dangerous at all. So they had to check something. Um, and then it turned into this. But you need to get these men into custody right now. There's probably an actual child named Stephanie somewhere, for Christ's sake. Which, as you can see, I did everything. Yeah, I should be on the phone with people right now because I was getting stuff done. But it kind of beat me up too bad. Or the guy with the bucket in the bag. So God beat me up. Yeah. I don't know why that baby's there. That's not funny, but maybe. And I don't know if that's not appropriate. If you want to watch that from a distance and like Quentin Tarantino movies, like comment on that part. I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of disgusting, horrifying. Yikes. It's scary. Well, we know what Otis Children's is doing. They're amazing. It hasn't ended for a long time, really. Yeah. That's when you're like 10 and that thing says I do a couple hours of just kind of in the house, really, yeah. And that's following you around. I get maybe I have a house camera. I don't know. Jesus. Things people can never do with I mean, how widespread is the use of that, the stuff you're on? He does that. Nobody even thinks about their children. Forgot they were there. Maybe. Probably they don't even use steroids. Well, like Batman, yeah. How they ground the trains in Little Falls, Minnesota, with the Rockhams. Okay, so the tech is real and it's that bad. Yeah, it's actually extremely dangerous, and there are guys that do this badly, and like this. Whatever the Wake County, maybe it's depressing, but yeah. Whatever the Wake County court system did in this good one. But well, you're out again, ma'am. You passed your state evaluation. Maybe not now. There's no such thing as a, yeah. Maybe that's why that there is there. They're in a really bad neighborhood actually. Sort of came from their neighborhood. The rest of the people in that neighborhood are like, and they're actually like that guy's just completely crazy. You saw him on the TV. You got like a TV star crush. I'll say I'd still like maybe take some of them. And whatever the hell these dudes are doing. But they are actually doing that. No, they're actually doing it. The Subaru Telescope and Mauna Kea, Hawaii does not pick up the police radio or not satellite. Really, it's blonde. You're secretive about it. Okay, well that's creepy. Well, America Tech, you really didn't do that because we crap. I think of it also. I really did. Gas stations. I think gas station. I don't know. It's not. Where is that thing around? I don't know. In Beaver Vendetta, I'm not sure. But that is so. We're looking at it, I guess. That's so disgusting. What does it say? You've been discussing have you ever with it? A shower. He needs to be put to death. He said, my brain, this is my cultural vacation or something. He's sitting this like, and then circling, massaging her crotch. Voicing her head. No, that was earlier. Like my nice new house with 40, only 46 is not. Oh, you're so old. Yeah, he really like, he follows my every like bodily function and movement and just swings and beats me up and whatever he's doing to the children, This is the most graphic, like, you realize how what's going on around here. Like, and it's the gunpowder in your bucket from someone. I mean, you deserve that. You need to get this man and like put him to death. The Casper's nice new condo is not his vacation neutral. Would you get him off the case? No, we like him on the case. Okay, well, you're all gonna go to prison for the rest of your lives as child molesters. And anybody ever like, I don't care if a, okay, so it's out there. We didn't know. But I has to go to prison. People just didn't know exactly what like, you know. Yeah, like you're sitting in front of a television watching TV, and like, which is what it's like Showtime. You want to watch dirty movies or something? Yeah, and like Showtime would be like really what I don't know if it was something. Remote control is vibrate. Yeah, and then you get up and also like bludgeons you with the bucket to the ground and starts violently attacking your crotch. Jesus, you're like 11. A really, really creepy guy. It's oh, that's not the way to kill you or anything, right? No, two embarrassing thing cool, right? I was angry and sexually harassed and looked at you. That's quite the other man. It's a man, it's like a schizophrenic bundle of goo. Would you please keep the weapon away from it? Apparently, it and its friends, all this like heavy breathing on my cell phone and laptop and my microphone enabled and cop. Oh, that's why it's inaudible. Probably it's like a coughing on really. Yeah. Because that's actually like the wire, right? So start talking back on the wire, which you wouldn't really ever need, so they just stuck it in audible race, which turned out horribly for the human race. You had to be careful with that right away. I'm thinking normal people noticed. You know? Which means they should have been more aware of it, right? Everybody out there, as far as um, because it really. And as far as everyone out there being normal law enforcement, ordinary law, that isn't over here in Jerry Dollar's basement, that is, was my life in Gary or something. And that's followed me. Because it's already a couple of group over there, but I mean, incredibly dangerous now. For all the small yes. You feel you deserve it. Well, I don't, and this guy is off the case because he's gonna have to get arrested over stalking me. Of all this, but whoever stalking me is needs to be arrested. Because he's a crazy man talking about he's happy breathing like every class A felony kidnapping home invasion like yeah, it's, we lost that. I think this is hanging out with people at the jail. He's good and get more burden. But yeah, maybe thought do this again. Who the hell wouldn't do that? Because it's crazy. I think that's insane. I, I'm good in those parts of the custody because it's still like this. I need Otis Toole into custody. No, it was a crime. It's not a crime. No, it was a crime. It's certainly a crime right now. Would you please get this kidnapping not in progress? That was a problem too. It was an actual kidnapping, and like the kidnapping continued. Like you were always attempting to kidnap. I was in the boat going back. because you're watching my television because I was actually in New Zealand. Well, I was Trust Beach. But yeah, that boat does look like, like a garage. We can make, lettering nuggets and small nuggets. It's horrible. That was like, yeah, hideous. It should have been a crime scene. Somebody caught it. Got reported enough. Yeah. There are hungry bears. You need to sit or stop. That's the hungry bear. That's the other. They disappear and they just don't know where you went. You've gotten away with it. They didn't know that. There's like the video when it's Tool is doing to for murdering. The one's just the gone. It's funny. In the conversation, yeah. I agree. First of all, let's say we find out. Somebody else put it out. No, it's back on. Other things. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe there's any trouble. So, maybe so. Oh, they ended up there trying to buy drugs and money. Like, yeah, but otherwise, they ended up there. This person is a good one. It's, maybe they know that. They know him. They've noticed that, like, they have stuff that's not the same thing. Like, still, like, you look at it, all they can have the, all three many collection, cafe collection here. Coffee company. And they feel like it. They know I'm really like, well, they instead of here. That's a problem with that. So, also, unfortunately, it's just sort of there. That's the other restriction. Well, they all do that. Well, it's just sort of looks like, barely one book, like, Nan said that. Well, here, this is a big Tupper's version of like what it looks like. The logs, you can't get rid of them. You know, it's the point of that, everything. Um, it's something there, I mean, it's either be like, the real like predators of that, really. You have to be careful. Unfortunately, we have a pedophile there. That's actually what we talked about the problem. You know where it's pedophilic, it needs to just calm the hell down. But yeah, like there's no well, there's like nothing going on about it, and nothing it's doing is directly appropriately or specifically. I mean, because you're probably trying to get the other guy to sit still and calm down. Yeah, I remember. There's a problem. Yeah. They call the other stuff that. So what's up? We're really aggressive. Yeah. Disciplinary, you can't cancel from corrections. That's actually a problem. How's the rest of this? I don't care what the court thinks about this. The criminal white trash are off the case. You need to get that are responsible for the rest of what's right. You need to get the men that are neighborhood pornography into custody right now and sexually assaulting people. And you need to get them away from all victims they have immediately. You need to get these guys. The fact that they've like flown under the radar, they're like, because they said something about you're selling handicapped women's children wear and whatever. Really, yeah. You want correct and there's already a lot of stuff out there, but there really is no such thing as that. So you're definitely like, no, there's no such thing as that. That's very much a crime, and you're is it anywhere else almost? It could be. Because they said that. Right? I mean, well, stop the legal system, so just became a child in the basement. I think it was like it was dumb. It was a little. I think they're like, I think that it's even happening. It was funny because it looked like it's even happening. Totally. So, yeah, I was same thing. Beach. Not supposed to. It's still a really big city. I'm like, dude, it's a really big city. If you just said anything here, there would be that somewhere out there. Yeah, the whole city is like Hong Kong and Seoul or something. Which are the same cities, but they're actually big. But actually, for the most part, no. We're still in Colorado. Is there a guy you do that in children in the basement anywhere? No. Over there. Isn't it? What's it? No, they're chilling. Yeah, she might feel like on the beach, and then it's in the construction zone. It's not, it's not there either. Rotterdam, Netherlands. No. Okay. On the big city. I have no idea. Just using the right number. What's it? Absolutely hideous. Um, Sexual stuff, and you realize how incredibly offensive you are. Like you're not, you know, the only guy in the universe of some sort. Really am. I mean, you kidding me? Well, that means you really did need to go check what that story was, too, or something. Somewhere in the story, and just all throughout, or something. All throughout, yeah. Because I mean, there's something that's like in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Maybe other people need to do something about it. Maybe people need to be involved in it. It's not, but I mean, I got kind of. You're be like the most hated man on the planet. It's because of you. Your like mouth is like just unbelievable. Well, if that happened anywhere in what in the world, then it's still going on. Like you need to check on that guy. You need to check on whatever it was. It's all throughout. Why? Because now there's this. They're like, and that's all throughout. I think there's none in custody right now. Yeah, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing, but very. But I mean, it's so bad. Like I cannot get these men not stalking me. Like, yeah, and that with the like guy stalking me. Would you please get this man out of my house? You need to get this man into custody, Green. You need to, you have got to get this person out of, you have to arrest these men right now. Try calling on the phone. No, just arrest the criminals. Go investigate what was reported and arrest the criminals. You do it because you're the police. Would you get it? Get these men, don't touch me with that thing, and get these men into custody right now. They're like waiting to hear back from a lawyer for the last like 3 months in that story. So you're just waiting for the police to bust the criminal. Yeah, exhausted. The they 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 busted him all these years. No, a long night when Lenny landed in the room all night with like Neville and Beast. So Does anybody remember that though? Because I remember that though. I'm gonna say like a good percentage of people are gonna remember that night also, which is why that is what that was. Really? Yep. The, the monster circle night. Yeah, that would freeze me in fear completely. Really. Yeah, if something was actually there. Really. But it was the most hideous night. That was the most evil thing. I mean, it was like that was the worst demon ever. Predator. You see demons? No. No. Nor ever really thought it was a demon. Who did you think it was? A dude? The most evil animal possible. Maybe I was scared of ghosts. You're not supposed to think there's demons that make you crazy. That I agree, but I don't really talk about demons. That like almost never happened. Really, yeah. That only happened like really, that was actually a real person. Really, yeah. I wasn't sure what it was doing, but it was like I just like no, I ran off from my mom's room and like trying to get her to like let me see nothing. At the same time as the rest of the stuff. In Boca and New York, I remember. But it was horrified. Okay, so that thing, Lenny never lands in your room on that ship, on the tech they're running out, without the sexual assault device, or with it trying to be, really, try not like it in this room. Unlike the, like, the, on the, like, it must have attached to the, like, I think it's like in the bedroom, like, I just like remember it being on like the neighbor's satellite dish. It's really on the roof. What that was like a force girl creeping out, and it was bad near the satellite, not the satellite, near the cable. I have no idea why. During the time, like the time where it landed the second time, um, in Boca, and like it. It was a hideously long night. Yeah, I think you should Ted Bundy in your house. These guys are actually like, I'll say right now, but they are really serious dudes. You need to not, you need to go check, okay, on all of you people. And then you don't do anything at all. You don't do we do anything at all that's against the law and carry? No. No. We pretty much do nothing. Nothing against the law and carry. Like the workplaces are not, there's no, yeah, all the insurance in the car is paid, everything. It's tough in here a little bit. You got do that right because I saw your car on the way. It was like driving back with Stephen Paddock. Driving with Stephen Paddock across the country. It was unbelievable. You have no idea how bad it was. He stole the car the entire way. As soon as I got down the Great Road in Vegas, it was like, really, I mean, he was unbelievable. I electrocuted me the entire way. Really, like, really badly. It was so incredibly bad. And then he was just like, he sexually assaulted me constantly with the thing. He's always, it's the entire thing for the last 6 months. It's the whole conversation. And then them talking in the background is so clear it's ridiculous, which is very good that at least enough people have seen the inaudible noise and the sexual assault of us because these men really rape on it. Or men like these really rape on it and really commit crime. No, you can want to do something, I swear, right in front of the, like you would attack your crotch with like a pulse. massager where you're sitting in front of like an electrocution. And I would say stuff and I would scream, ah, ghost, and run away. Holy shit. I would fall over and run away screaming. And like, the ghost was gonna get me. 11. Because it spoke. But yeah, like something that was, yeah, something was there, but it's not supposed to be. Like when like the monster circle when you froze it and like you're sweating and from far side and like um, uh, this is just in Boca during the time and in New York during the time there was this number stalking. So I can remember it. And like but I mean you would hear and listen to hear every single noise, really. Yeah, that's why I think a cat or dog is good, because they help with that. Like the frozen thing the kids do. No, I was absolutely horrified. If something touched me, I would go berserk. So like when the thing like said something or something, I would like berserk. Really. Like this is scary as ever. But it could really touch you if you're sitting like in front of the television. It couldn't do it in the bed. I don't think it was like trying. So it was like on the satellite dish. I can remember hiding from it in the like closet in Boca. No, it's the same device you're using now, not the guy that grabs child and then takes them to a well, I don't know, in your room, a storage room next to a dressing room and then rapes them. It's something in the wall for another room. I think you're crazy. Well, not really, since you're loud as hell. Did you listen to it? Both of you? Yeah, I listened to it. Oh, because I'm just waiting for the police to arrive. There's loud as hell on me like that. I'm not for most of it. He was like, well, he said that's this big, the worst thing I got right now. So he starts beating and electrocuting his little woman squirt me. Talking about penises. Yeah. It's been, why is it not supposed to be fun? Because a crackhead? You know, all of that stuff. Like, you need to calm down and get away from the other person right away. If if a conversation could ever go there, anywhere, wherever else it might be. And you need to answer the 911 line right away. Have somewhere for years. People have tried to report these guys, somebody actually needs to get them in because there's some kind of corruption in the public sector, which is crapola, like really bad. You need to get these men into custody right now. Because it's actually a kidnapping. Originally, they were kidnappers. You're right, they kidnap you. They're like, they've been constantly kidnapping you through, right? Which is why my police department want to arrest these guys now. Help. And they tell them not to arrest these guys now. Well, somebody around needs to arrest these men now. Is anybody around in Arkansas? They need to arrest these men now. I'm the entertainment. No. You're the entertainment worst, and it's your fault that this is like this. I'm a woman from Cary that these idiot monsters that created this evidence here, which has been verified, and which makes me a kidnapping victim from years ago. But now all this stuff is these guys, because they're kidnappers, they constantly, they're home invasion, kidnapping, robbers or something. Or constantly kidnapping me from the Carroll County Jail. They're consistently kidnap me and act out however kidnappers act. I don't want to be the entertainment, like to say the least. I want to go home. Like, I just need these men like off my internet account. Really, the crime is as in progress as possible. If my kidnappers are, no, it doesn't. There's nothing. Like, I mean, it's just, you really should never have been, fraternizing with these men. And to say the least, these men should never have been, anyone should never have been fraternizing with them. And you really shouldn't ever have been that you never. Also, these conversations. Yeah, I mean, if what you're doing is taking this to this weird pit that doesn't exist or something and recreating anything, I mean, otherwise it's it's and all of a sudden something is happening. But yeah, that's in the law. Very much there's a goal. Or that just that's just what it's called again also. Which is why you're really not allowed to do it. And then if you're causing something, cause and effect is a big thing in law. And then, did you know you're causing something? If you know you're committing a crime, you can never do something. And then on top of that, you're just all acting really weirdly, and then you were actually all doing something because you did it for a long time. And whatever you were doing was actually awful, be strange and criminal. Right? And then you do lose all context of time and space for some reason in relation to nothing. This Casper just is myself I am actually a kidnapping victim because this evidence is created, and so that's of concern. And then this Dropbox site is just that. It's just reporting the crime, and there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe just engaging and then playing with the camera, but it's appropriate. No. Taking a lot of pictures of crime scenes, man. Really taking pictures of interesting stuff is appropriate. It's like with the camera, playing with Facebook. Because nobody called right back. It sort of establishes there's nothing going on. It also establishes I don't have any mental illness. I'm not even really paying attention. But paying attention enough. Yeah. Okay. So just naturally there's nothing. I'll bet, really, yeah. And then I'm not sure, I'm still like a hostage and being kidnapped. You know, these days is a problem. I'm having trouble like getting access to money and all this other stuff. Like, it's just a mess. And I mean, I've tried. Yeah, try harder. Yeah, try harder. Yeah. So you're watching instead you're sitting around like talking now after talking about molesting kids to death and watching because that's what the live stream camera on YouTube on my television just use up my driver's license again for 2 years, remember? Like that. Which is very expensive again. No, I don't need your screen notice. Which was very expensive to get back. Buy a new car from the $25,000 car you stole with all that. To say they stole the car, I don't know who stole your car. Um, I'm not going to go to prison because a car thief stole my car. Hope you get it, lady, because they kidnapped you and just, well, you were talking back to me. He like tried to do that and follow you around the jail. He followed me around. I don't know who was his liaison, but like, it was some big corrections worker that's okay. Or something. Because he must have been in a remote detention center to like stalk me as much. And it's like this man. The crimes there were unbelievable. I'll say for these guys. Well, then don't do all that then for no reason. For the man that created this evidence, which is why you have to go to prison. But right now, these guys have to go to prison because they are now electrocuting me with a car battery in a bucket and aiming it at my crotch. A lot. And they've gone into this. Well, they've gone into this the same perps and all the rest of this, which is unbelievable. Yeah, again, you know you're like you're in a Target parking lot otherwise, really. And then these people are going to actually from their story, they're going to a ski resort in Finland, and the wealthy people are maybe not Finland, but they're going to the beach to visit their grandma. They're going to go to Venice. those people over the summer break. Oh my. Those people are actually wealthy because of everything yet. That's why we fall in love. Really. And they do this often, they do all these other guys too, and they're all gonna do it also. Really. Okay, wherever men have congregated, which is a really scary story about everywhere these men, which he's over there like telling people, and they're supposed to like fight him. I'm sure there's lots of Americans going by in vehicles that are nice home franchise Americans, calling the police on them. Oh, nice American SUVs and stuff. Of upper middle class American ordinary people with children, which they're probably just like, they must be calling the police 24/7. Well, I know where the guy is, I said. And yeah, it's these schizophrenic bums, but they're on law enforcement that they kidnapped me years ago. And the reason they're, yeah, really good. Crackhead, Mexican kidnapping. Well, actual kidnappers, you know, they're out in the 80s. They're not supposed to be. Unless they don't address it, because would you just get the corrections worker? I don't care what happens. You're a criminal. You see that? Because this evidence is falsified and it involved these men. Probably. It'll get caught. Really, yeah. Everything in normal infrastructure will realize they should have caught it sooner and fix this. Apparently, this just got really corrupt and people didn't know it was in here. Exactly. So it'll get fixed because it did all this. This is how it works. Really, yeah. That's how it works in engineering. Pretty cool. We left the country. Where you living? You need to get hood tech home invasion, rape stalking, and then you need to get sexual abuse stalking. You need to get the predators out of the infrastructure for in general now, overall. There's got a lot of predators in the infrastructure. But you need to get them. No, 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 no. If you have get all that out of the schools right away. They said those are bogs. They don't have any business anywhere they are. And they do what you said, they get out through like, yeah, some hood thing they got that's a company and has human resources, it's infrastructure. And then next thing you know, they're like, yeah, they come in and they say, this is ours, and then we're gonna put our little company in here. So they're gonna tell us something has been done, and then they hire their employees, and that's what they can do with employee roster. It could also, that's actually correct. No, it's not necessarily homosexual, but can at all. That is kind of called like a fax nest. No, it's like if you were to do like a profile, it would go to word. It's pedophile nest. Yeah, you get all these like, they kind of do the same thing too. Is it all male? Yeah, and they're like googly, yeah, and they're kind of googly, and they're real determined. They're there. They actually have no business there. They're just kind of spotting some things. I mean, unless they have a reason to be there, and no, they actually really don't. Whatever that is, like the last story where the formula is, give me that, and I'm the boss of them. Who is the boss of them? That guy's not the boss of them. There's nothing you can do about it. It's push it out, take out over. I was like, and then it's theirs. That was a reality. That is not how the actually that art department of administration and stuff in the university. Yeah, that is actually how they got in there. Yeah, but it's a problem. And you need to get it out because it's ridiculous. And, those things can't have anything to do with the university because they don't have any credentials. They're all over. They do that. They're trying to take from school administration. They have no credentials to work at a university. For sure, positive. It's not actually a credential. It's the guy that they're paying for one thing is make sure. It's in relation to running a university. We're doing maybe. No, give me that. Give me that. Get them out of there. They're not going to do that there. I think they do. It's what it looks like. It's not going to work. That looks a lot of there's a lot. But whatever it is, it's got to go, and that's what it would be. Enough. That's actually not how it works. We're going to engage the sheriffs elected. We see those signs. Yeah. They want you in the community. Um, Your problem, but I mean, I didn't do anything. I would kidnap you. Okay, so your kidnappers followed you home. I don't know what that means, really. Yeah, would you please? It means a middle. I don't know what that means. Yeah, we're crazy over here. Um, okay, we'll get back. We'll do nothing. You're on a county, maybe. Did somebody say that at once? Otherwise, it makes no sense. Or did they say in relation to people before they knew the evidence was created? Are you kidding me? The Federal Reserve is online too, you just said? You know all these law enforcement talk to do this stuff. Okay. It was because there was a noise, yeah. And it wasn't the cat, because he didn't have a cat. That wasn't supposed to be in the room. A beastie of some sort, really, I think it was a beastie. He grumbled at me. It was really evil. But it was like the frozen. So when it talked, yeah, they were like, hell. It was really inaudible. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't notice, and then what the hell? So we talking to TV or something. You're not supposed to know about it because it's the wire. It's a two-way on a wire enable on your phone. Did they purposely put them on your phone and your television? Jesus Christ. Our police department is totally using it. You think that's funny? It's flipping Hitler. No, I mean, it's Hitler. That's great. That is so incredibly bad. I mean, I'm like, that is so incredibly bad. It's Hitler. It's like an axe murder, a gang rape, a pedophilia, always on that thing. What the hell is it? You actually maybe need to go check for a home invasion. Well, just because, like, if Jason ever Campbell's friend and him are over there, but I don't know if they got somebody else is doing it. The FBI has to. Well, somebody does actually have to because, well, like, yeah, like, no, somebody just dies there, of course, all around. I mean, he's talking about, say the least, right? Yeah, how bad is he here? And why hasn't this man been arrested already? No, let's stop doing that. Can you get these guys away from me so I just drove me, I don't know, just in my car on the way to the gym and my normal life? They don't care that much about tattoo in Las Vegas. A travel agency, a casino. Really, yeah, like I don't know what you did, but I'm very much, you know, on my way to getting a job again here. He's actually correct. He said he cut your phone line again. We had a couple of offers for jobs. Yeah, and then he spent he's been I mean he's been apparently in his story sexually assaulting your neighbors, um, screaming about I forget the American word is for the N word of children that like he's gonna like really I don't know. What do you say that? I don't know. The scariest man in the world is still like. Would you please get the monster, the freak doing this? Because there's actually a freak doing this. It's not okay. They've actually done something like this forever either. Whoever's your people are responsible for every single thing here. But your shit is probably responsible for every single thing everywhere on it. If anything else happened, mm, which is or something like your shit, and it needs to be no, it needs to be stopped. Sales. No, he starts doing stuff like this. They didn't have a car, so I tried, I kept trying to call the police to get this taken care of all throughout. When you go and get a job, he does something so weird at the job, and he follows me 24/7 at work. It's unbelievable. No, the actual mental health always, they got stuff there. Not really, you said it with the clinic or the general practitioners. Those days are kind of dangerous, I think. I think they just send you back to the clinic. I don't know what they do. Or a clinic, but it's just an ordinary general practitioner's clinic. Maybe any doctor's on it. He's usually okay. He doesn't really do anything. Antidepressants, and then he could get a woman counselor that's fine or something. Really, yeah, it's an actual doctor. That actually happens. Is he talking or very weird? But that's actually slightly true. Like somewhere in Tokyo is actually correct. It's correct sometimes as far as things, and that those guys don't got nothing. They don't got nothing. No, they don't have anything really going on. People have been like, well, okay, what? No. Hmm. I don't know what that is. That's not definitely not something. Something to do with like intake for juvenile juvie and mental health. I think could be somewhere, but I don't know. Somebody would probably say no. I don't really know what that gets googly goo goo. I'm sure it should be on Dr. Phil. Oh, that's like, yeah, that's true. He does that. Does like Bad Baby Ranch or something. Yeah, I think that's those days. Okay, so it's on next to James Fair. I don't know what that is. Not a good idea. Yeah, ridiculous. Maybe that's a different one. Well, that's not something you don't need that. I don't know if you can drop your child off in foster care. Maybe if you did something, but your child says so. Okay, so there's a weird man cruising somewhere in daycare. Yeah, and I don't think it's cold. So the clinic's okay. Yeah, it's just a general practitioner clinic, and then they refer you to. You might have to be a little careful with psychiatry and actually find a psychiatrist, but they're going to be a perfectly good psychiatrist. They probably send you back to a counselor. The psychiatrist like prescribes medication, where it's like they probably just give you some antidepressants or something, maybe, but or whatever. Like, and then whatever else you needed, but in the normal, whatever you have going on. It's psychiatrist versus doctors that prescribe medication. Yeah, it says he was told to turn the electrocution assault device off by someone. The other guy that tells us why. No, no, it's not like because there's nobody. Somebody's regulating this. You're gonna be kidding me. That's actually somebody. We keep talking about Zed's basement. Maybe this is a progressive brain events and fix. The birds are okay. I completely, because they're so cute. They are. What kind of get a cat? Like the birds. They are just cute. I mean, they're cute. They're sweet little things. They make cute little noises. Um, they're friendly. But they're pretty safe, tucked away back in that room. They got stuff. They probably don't mind. I could put a cage sometimes because there's a bunch of cages out on the porch that enjoy that. It's completely screened in. I have to stop screaming, but I mean, whatever he's doing is so hideously like painful. I don't even know what to do about it. Why you? I don't care. I need this man arrested. Is all that's supposed to happen. I don't need a punishment. It's been. I was thinking something, but yeah, it's been. You're electrocuting me. I thought that already. Okay, this needs to end right now. And these men have gone insane or are insane, always have been. And you need to get them into custody. So this crime, and obviously I'm right since the criminals were doing all that, which is of course the movie that's actually the criminals. So you need, which I've explained a million times to everybody. And if you go check the facts, that's actually the case. Get them off of me now. How long has this person been reporting that they are being brutally beaten and raped like almost to death, or in need of assistance with an assailant? And whoever else is like, you know, they're definitely doing something really bad elsewhere sometimes. I couldn't like I haven't been able to get my like grocery list ordered. Like he starts electrocuting me so badly. Uh, really, like it's completely insane. I sit down to like I I I, I haven't been able to get my Walmart groceries the second batch. You know, like I sit down to test something and it starts electrocuting me so badly. Like, ew, it's absolutely hideous. Oh, look at that train go by. I bet that's at like Tokyo. There's like monorail. Not good. I'll say, for me. Get them off of me with that thing. Yes, that's why I'm James Logie. Are you sure you're not crazy and on drugs? I don't know, it probably looks like that. um, invisible bats like but it's not, it's making like beat to death. I'm positive I've never experienced anything like this before. That's how bad this is. All you had to do is you had to arrest. You'd be arrested for all that also. But like kidnapping the women down to the county jail at 3 in the morning and stuff. For any reason. Doing weird stuff. No, that's all you were doing. All of you. Right, well, I mean, what were you doing with all that? Oh. Legitimate legal reasons under the American legal system. Why did you it the first time? It was 3 o'clock in the morning. You look like a. And there was absolutely no reason at my door. Again, like in 2000 and 17 in October. Maybe at what point did the guards in the jail turn into the prisoners? Really? I don't know. Maybe you need to go check. They to come over. No, again, the jurisdiction thing was so stupid. Nobody noticed. That happened in like, what do you call it? My story, really. I think it's actually a conspiracy theory story from like different times, from like JFK. So that one's like urban legend conspiracy theory stories. You should know better. If the World Trade Center bombing was an inside job, people should know better. I'll say, but nobody does, so I don't know. It was very strange, and there are weird people, but they're in American government and just things. Otherwise, America could be nicer if it's be a functioning. It's okay. What the hell are they doing here? Well, I don't care about the. It's been a long time. Is what it's supposed to say. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's nice. Then it doesn't involve you again. He said somebody has to get these pedophiles out of my house. They have a carpenter. It was a long time in that too. No, but like your kidnappers out of your house. You suck. No, that's not my fault, and that's your job. I'm gonna go find somebody else to do it. Maybe you should help. Or you have to do. For sure, it's like really bad. You actually have to get the pedophile out of the community. Okay. Really, yeah, like my stalkers are too bad, and I'm like, they're just too bad. Like whatever those dudes are, I can't have them doing this to me anymore. They're like, I can't wake up in the morning and have this going on, and I'm like, I can't like. They're very dangerous, and they can't be doing anything. They're just sort of random hood guys that could really kill you, or do something. That is very extreme over there, and then they really, really do stuff. Um, well, that does stuff. That appears to be crazy. Yeah, that'll kill you. Really, exploding. And it's really doing stuff now. It's doing unbelievable things, and they did unbelievable things, and it could do that too. Okay, now let's do the list. Really, it's a rapist. You didn't have anything to enable a sexual assault device in your house. What? Or he just looks to show you RIP little kids in here. You never seen like movies like My Cousin Vinny, and that's how Vinny got hung. And Chucky Laney got hung at Hilton Head, South Carolina. It's unbelievable. I don't know what to do. Yeah, it's actually because I'm like, what I'm talking about is actually happening, and you need to get these men into custody. The incredible horror of my Ted Bundy kidnapping and stalking. What else am I talking about? Tommy Casey, Ted Bundy, who stole Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, it's like the worst heavy breathing ever. It's so scary. No, that is. Are you allowed to to do any of that? Like that's how we define things at all in reality. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, like what is the what the hell have you done here for all these years? I called all the police and the lawyers, and there's how much we paid the lawyers over the years, and they couldn't get these men to stop doing this. There's how many like people I called, anybody who's getting this on a newer basis. Other people don't know what to do either. They probably go to the police and tell them jurisdiction. Someone sent us a weird email because we were like, we're getting murdered on it. Probably. Okay, well that's what jurisdiction time. You don't get to kill jurisdiction. Yep, I do. I think you killed jurisdiction. Now we can find everywhere else jurisdiction has to die because this killed it. And here's what you applied it to and all this stuff. Okay. And I think that's not going on, really. Yeah, like I'm getting. I don't know what to do. You could die, I think. How would I die? Well, those you should think about it. If you think about if you could die, you should die. You could die. You should think about how you die and try not to do it. I need to call the police because a person is stalking me. T might get me alive. He needs to stop smoking and, I don't know, but not screaming at the thing, but I don't know what to do. It's electrocuting you. Yep. I remember that. That was kind of weird. I don't know the electrocution. He already knows what the other things not means. So I'm talking to himself. Yeah, he like play acts things out like a lot. And he's like throat spray. Okay, so you need the police to come to the door right now, wherever these men are. Yes, yes, very much so, completely. It's like a hostage situation where Amanda's talking about like kidnapping children and me molesting them, and it's a really bad schizophrenic man, and he's really, really like doing things like combative and sexually assaulting and everything else. According to them, they've been sexually assaulting a lot of other people or other people, quite a few, and very badly. And they've just been on this mad spree of like sexual assault. Just fun for them, and they're schizophrenic dudes. In this absolute frenzy. I maybe happened to move to Las Vegas. Maybe there's, yeah, that might have been a little stimulating for him. Wasn't that exciting, but it was. It's fine though. It was funny, man. Yeah, look at the clown dome. Yeah, we're going clown dome. Why it was fun. Well, the people around were nice. Yeah, they were nice, actually. It was fine. Well, that's you. It would have been fine. Or it just would have been, I don't know. It's kind of pretty. It's quite pretty. It's interesting. I like Las Vegas. That's correct. Like, you didn't, but the neighbors nearby were nice. Yeah, he kept saying that. What's a what? Those might be serial killers back there. But the other kids on my side were nice. The one across the street, her husband are nice. Yeah, those guys are fine for themselves too. Those people were nice. Yeah, it was actually interesting. The North Las Vegas, they're actually like, it was pretty and happy and beautiful. Interesting. I didn't get, yeah, there's like a hobo park. I needed to, well, way down to Vegas. You can drive around that. Check out the rest of Vegas. You know, I've decided to move there. I don't know, I kind of like that place up by Nellis. That like terrible place. That one's nice too. Like there was another nice place. Like don't tell them that. They really might have stalker friends. Yeah, there was one behind the Albertsons. The nice Albertsons. Yep, really nice orchids and I remember really nice ones. So it was nice because it was in the like, it's pretty and fun. I really liked it. You just drive around it. And I drove through it. There's kind of a hotel on like outside of the street. You just said that. Thank you for stalking me and criticizing me just peacefully driving down the road. Where and everything would be, if this wasn't my day or something with you, I tried to like get away from it. But I just be going, I would have more time to go about my business of me stuff. Lisa, more time. I need this man not stalking me. You're a complete stranger and you're committing a crime against me, and I need you not in my house. I'm a complete stranger. I'm on like alone in a golf cart in the villages. And there's two rentals, and it was so incredibly hideous. But yeah, you need to stop discouraging me from reporting this crime or something. That's actually obviously a crime. Right? That's true, yeah. With my mom and dad, the electrocution thing ain't working out at all. And I was still smoking like crazy, and like what would pop out of it would like definitely could kill you. But in Florida, like I said, I mean, it was sort of like, what is that? What in the earth now? Bad. No, it's not the thing that is attacking me now. Otherwise, you would have heard that one. It's because there's nothing else to do about it. So hopefully the cops will come on it in relation to somehow these guys will get busted soon. It has to end. Like I can't handle any more of this. I can't handle this anymore. Get this man into custody. not electrocute. It's going to prison. This is right. So that's not. The birds would actually like me for that cage. Yeah, that would be nice for them to get some hay. They're pretty happy out there. And they have the pumpkin Halloween bucket ended up with water in it. There's lots of bowls and dishes of food and water, a bunch of cages, and there's like, I really check because they make the cutest noises the whole time feed. Her the cutest little faces. So sweet. I should probably put them in a cage. I'm in one of the cages that was really big. But there's nothing they can improve on. They have a laptop, they're watching TV, I'm listening to music, and they're listening to like listening to R&B and light rap. It's terrible. And they have a noise machine, like a sound machine. If you hear water running, that's the sound machine upstairs. The sharper image sound machine, they got a good look. In my bedroom, near my shower door. Look as high as possible. Yeah, I remember radios, like, where it was like, have radios turned up loud, they weren't so bad, but it turned into this. Yeah. I don't know what to do, I'm exhausted again. Oh my. I suppose I, yeah, I was in case I'm just okay, this is ridiculous. Oh, he's doing it because he's a schizophrenic man on a spree with his friends of some sort. Nobody talking about wants to charge. And the police need to arrest him right now. I need this in custody. What I must have had. Hey, all the judges in Virginia. No, that's definitely the case. Of those, of these statements. um, well, it's not this bad all along. That's why it's like absolutely crazy. Get off me with that thing. Why you? That doesn't mean anything. I think you're, like it literally means nothing, and then they start electrocuting me and attacking me. We're not supposed to sit at the computer. Uh, we're not supposed to molest children. So that doesn't make any sense in a going prison. You need to get away from me. I'm a 45-year-old woman, and I need to be able to call the police and get you arrested. But I already explained it enough to the police that you should be getting arrested soon anyway. Because you can't electrocute me and fall on my crotch and bug my house and neighborhood pornography me and like heavy breathe heavy breathe into yourself about what you're doing. But you know that I reported it to the police. I don't know. Why is the schizophrenic the right cover thing? Maybe wrong turn killed them in Arkansas. Get off me with that thing. Nah, well, maybe. You never know. Maybe wrong turn killed. Why is the prisoner running the institution? I don't, like to this extent. Would you get this man out of my house? Get no, not this thing can assault my crotch and everything else. And then I do need you getting these men out of like Gary if they're running loose or something. Ew, the lady stabs me and swears. Now, people just do that maybe because it's scary. It would be scary if you were somebody. No, not anything. Just no. That's not what that is at this point. I don't know what that is. Really bad. He just said he like watch. He's watching your. Is oh I can see what you're doing on the internet. Can you get this man into custody already? No, I think this man can do this in here. I didn't realize how bad it was in here, and we don't check things because we're assholes. Are you sure it's just asshole? Maybe they're not allowed to, and they don't know it's in here. Okay. Okay, so the police actually never go in there. Ever? No. That's not good. But if somebody calls them and tells them um, they need to, for a very important reason, that is in fact the case. No! Are you allowed to sexually assault women? Do you realize you're okay? I get it. We're sitting in Wildwood in the Villages, Florida, and you're you and that guy is that guy, and you need to get this man into custody. That is really bad. No, no. No. No, I am going to kill you. Please help me. That's a threat. Yeah, would you get him off of me? I'm not gonna kill him. I'm gonna call the cops. Okay. But yeah, get him off. Get this monster. Yeah, okay. Out of my house. It's like a whole other PG. Well, like nobody's closure. Got it. Well, I'm like in a bubble. I resent that. It's like bubble me. Yeah, when I call and it does this. When I call like I say everybody on the email list. That's awkward. That is. Well, they should have arrived already. The man is like talk. You can hear him. What is he doing in the background while I'm sleeping in those videos or going by in those videos? I mean, what is that man doing? He is quilting with the entire book of like dirty words and body parts as bad as possible, and then he's like making an Ed quilt album, and he's talking about children while he's doing it, and then his Ed Gein quilt fits in this world of what in the world? Well, yeah, basically it fits in this world. What's his like Man in the High Castle, and it's his book, and it's Turner Diaries, where they kidnap people and do home invasions, and they take people down like little sewer wells and rape and murder them. Which but he adds all these rape and murder stories. But the other is he's just talking incredibly dirty to like heavy breathing to, and then it's like massaging your crotch with, and then, well, it is. It's like a massage therapy class, and that's where it's aimed. What in the world? But it's incredibly incredibly bad. It's incredibly intrusive or something like not intrusive, but I think it grounds like inside of your sub body or something, and it's moving like outward. It's the weirdest thing in the world. It's hideous. And it's real like it's just really strange. And I mean like electrocuted to death. You can go in further. It's really bad. And then the thing is they're talking about how it like just really bad. Nothing good. And I mean basically it's like incredibly depressing and like beat to death. And glad your mental health is doing well. Yeah. But it's a guy on my cell phone. Out of the rest of this, he's been It's an actual man, and he's actually doing this. Sorry, your local police department would not help you find this man or the people that kidnapped you in the evidence here, which are actual kidnappers, which is this, which means now that the police understand this, they have to figure out how to get these men into custody. So somebody needs to call Arkansas and figure out where this is and get these men into custody. Because they're in Carroll County, but whoever it is to get the man doing what he's doing, and apparently has been for years, because he didn't arrest them, was just stalking you, and now it's this, whatever this is. You being like raped and beaten to death, unfortunately. Yeah, sexually assaulted and beaten to death. Well, it is, like whatever kind of criminal it is, unfortunately it's a rapist, it's like the most open about that, being a sexual assailant. It's incredibly graphic, okay, and on and on and on. The heavy wipe it up on their school. I mean, there's nothing. That is a very bad criminal. What he's doing to that child is incredibly horrible. Which he's doing something to a child on this. Like if I put on my headphones, he just does a video game walkthrough or whatever I want watching. He's on some kind of cop wire where it has a microphone, so it's a cop wire. So it's like, but it's out of school to schizophrenic janitor. Because the rest of this did all this. So you're really let into the evidence like I steal something. Whoever it is right there in your perk file, and that man needs to stop doing that because that's actually a real man that is an officer. Yeah. I mean, there's some serious heavy breathing. I mean, it's just, and then I'm going to kidnap the family, and then I'm going to like RAPE and murder the children and the women in there. It's very graphic, and there are lady parts of there. Yeah, and all this stuff about like, oh, yeah, there's a lot of penises spraying in that. That's great. He's electrocuting me, like beating me up. Try not to do it. I agree. As a judge, he judges all. I mean, like, and who if he has other people, life in the pen, like every single one. Like, you actually do owe everybody in America life in the pen. Because you need to get these men into custody and help. No, they've done all this. For me. Oh, my evidence is created, and you go and ask the people from the original case. I did absolutely nothing at all. It was what I said. And they didn't have a scratch on them. And they took a picture of the scratch. So they got attacking me. Not from a knife, from like studying Jones. So there are pictures of them. But nobody called. You know, like, do you have a police station in Arkansas? It is weird that maybe wrong turn did eat them running in. It's not that remote. You're like 45 minutes outside of Fayetteville. I can say, hey, this needs to quit. Also, that means Fayetteville is also enough part of Carroll County to check. But they know the guy that falsified the evidence. Well, he's a schizophrenic now for some reason. Or he was having a schizophrenic episode, and now he's a schizophrenic now. Or he could have just been sex offending. But it looks like he's having a schizophrenic episode. Yeah, but yeah, somebody's having, which makes him schizophrenic. It's like sometimes schizophrenic. If you like wander off and do something, you could have done that too, I guess, but it didn't since the evidence is falsified. You did it with malice and intent? Yeah, he was doing something really, like the guy is just busy up there on his own. Did you know that? Trying to make money, really, and interested in the woman, and decided to do that. But the evidence that's falsified is really weird. It's too extreme. It's too much. I don't know what that is doing. And that's a schizophrenic episode. Anyway, like he just did like if he did is he done other stuff. Whose is it? You know, like I went to all the Fayetteville courts. I called them in the police stations a lot. Parents did. The police need to come and arrest these men already. Well, they're in Carroll County. You can't check. I didn't want to check that the man committed a crime, and he's like, the judge said we can't. Well, that makes it really noticeable because like Judge Crow's name is still like just on the county page for people in Arkansas. Like if it's actually him, he's schizophrenic and completely he's got like a county's bathroom kingdom up there. Think of that. Well, I mean, if you do that much, well, he does. Dracula Castle up there. Yeah, it's really pretty weird. Somebody needs to check again. Well, it's weird his name's on the roster. Maybe he's not really like there that they've been anymore or something. I don't know. You don't know if he has anything to do with it? I would assume he would, but I'm not sure. If he does, he needs to go to prison. He's insane. Who created this evidence? They don't want to bust themselves because they have like enough to do with something, I guess. Who created this evidence is the problem. I don't, it's not that, I don't care if it's not long ago. That was the last one. Oh, what's in the like Freedom of Information Act evidence is in fact correct. Because the last story about the, the, the like ordinary, the actual crime scene photos are just sitting there. In all sorts of places. Or they were just sitting there so lots of people access them. I think they sent them in the mail. He said no. You've got to be kidding me. Probably that's probably right. He's probably screaming about his penis. In there. It is overall, it's iconic. No, it's not good. To say the least. I don't think I would be doing. It's a problem. It's a cock. It's very dangerous. No, like in a Johnny Casey way. For some reason, that does actually go up the meter. They don't like it. There's no reason not to like me. That can't the house. I'll say, no, it comes. That is unbelievable, really. Yeah. I remember going house hunting in Poco. It was fun. I definitely get with the school together. No, that's like a conversation and you can't shoot. I called all the police. Really, I mean, it's not, the guy needs to go to jail, is what they say. He's actually a sticky guy that rides along on our cell phones. I never really use it. He does this. I can electrocute you. Ew. Yeah. Well, it's their like crime cycle. It's really bad. You have to stop stalking. I'm gonna stalk you. Just follows that lady around all the time with that man. It's really icky and then, like that's really really creepy. See that in your shower. When you're trying to take a shower. And he's like all over you. You think that's funny? Oh, but I mean, well, actually, he does. See, you can't be in houses the way that they get big in houses. Yeah, as it may, you're going to prison. So what are you guys think to say? This is discouraging from reading things. Um, there's a crazy man. I don't care. He does that though, really. Yeah, like he calls you names and stuff. You can be OJ and you're like Mr. Kreider. I'm not gonna stop doing this. You are OJ. Be Landy first or something. Or Corey Feldman. So I was like, beat this like over, I call the police and then you don't help. The courts and everything else. Because they can't be doing that there. Or doing this. Well, he's just openly sex offend 24/7. Then goes back to like now massaging your crotch and electrocuting. So it has to end right now. He won't stop doing it. He can't get away from the thing. I tried going outside. He follows me on my cell phone and does that anyway. I have to sleep somewhere. He stole the car. I'm not sure it's good for the car. And it's dangerous. And the electrocutes me while I'm driving and following me. He followed my dad. He followed like maybe he followed my mom, but he followed me at my parents' house. Like every time I sat down, so I had to stand up. And the dog gets nervous because it's too small and it's too high. So I sat on the floor and then I ended up like leaning over. And I ended up like walking around my parents' house. I mean, across my legs. It seemed the woman like, sitting across from me, who looked like she was gonna kill somebody. Like just like right away, like, that's a trap. Yeah, that's how that ties. Let's try to call for help more from the ordinary people. You know? Because that woman will everybody will call the cops. That's what they did. And then the cops will have no jurisdiction. At least the door supposed to get murdered. Watching you so like check it. Live camera. So it's spooky. But it's a dead jump yourself when I turn it off and off. Yeah. They follow you on my like cell phone. You're right, that isn't they do. They follow you home from like cell phone. So they follow you around. They follow you around for by a cell phone, like, number taker in downtown. But yeah, you got some hood dudes cruising downtown in the 2000s. Yeah, there were like hood dudes cruising around. It was really creepy. They were a hood. They would, I mean, I don't know what they drug you and honestly were just on such thing for they think that somebody else is not, but I think it was not. It was actually a true story again. How do you know about bodies? I don't know. Okay, it's started. You never know, maybe like one of us learns hit, you know. Oh, I don't know. That's what's up with this. It's horrible. Well, it's kind of like, don't believe that. Well, it's true. I need the law enforcement security guard in custody now that is stalking me right now on my cell phone. Okay? That is talking about like molesting children because he's an absolute schizophrenic like ghoul that is out to lunch and I brought this home. But he needs some corrections workers with him. Because he's committing a crime or he's committing a crime. He's like skitzing out and talking about molesting children. And he's making pornography and he has some kind of sexual assault app. And there's this crazy man that is the dudes described, which are just yeah, it's what you know, these guys that have been stalking me for years. And the man committing the crime on the Cary Greenway needs to be arrested now, these men. And right away next time is, of course, because the Wake County Police are not actually that thing. Okay. Okay, let's realize crime system dark, he does do that, he does. He threatens people to like try to help. Like there was apparently an ordinary Christian worker in emergency or they're like, yikes, it's a pedophile, his evidence is false blood. And and tried to call the police and like, you know, and he's actually the superior officer, so they grabbed him and stole his jail and prison and ended up in Hobart because of something we did at Man High Castle, the computer just made it like a kind of killed him. But it was still a very harrowing experience. Murder Ginger, pumpkins and blood and wingers blood ugly and very publicly. So he works in a somewhere else. Picture like you have like a sack in your butt that like is like an intestine sack that if you like do the story that if you do something like stomp on people, the whole like intestine sack falls out of their ass and like down like a turkey or something. Which would terrify a child completely. It's like saw free or something. They just stalk like animals with them. These are these snakes. Which is something else. It's quite the language. Yeah, and then he like attacks the child in the story. And, like I mean, it's just, so he's talking away to himself and all that, and he's like screaming and doing all this other stuff. And so he's like really electrocuting me and assaulting me throughout all of that. Whatever. Nothing good. He's gonna be murdered. Try to get some sleep. And I put out my able to sit down. maybe. We're in there. In the street. Please cut this monster. That is really blurry. It's really blurry also. Yes. You know, sober up there, but get off me with that. Don't talk to him. Really, man. Get this man into custody already. Some crime. Are they analyzing this now? They can hear him. Apparently, the police cleaned it up right away and they can't get this guy into custody. They're just keep being told it's a jurisdiction issue. You need to send in the Waco people from the FBI. The police in Fayetteville need to go and get them. They work with Carroll County Police all the time. Because there's a crazy man running around fondling people really badly and saying really scary things. And he's in Carroll County in my perk file. For some reason. And he has to go in custody. It's actually really dangerous guy. He has a bad sexual assault device and he is willing and very motivated to call videos and sexually assault people and he likes children. It's like Richard Ramirez in there. And that's real bad what he's doing. He goes for children. And he's sure. I don't know, listen to what I recorded. We'll start doing it. It sounds like they went off with rabies and his children and they sexually raped them. Well, does it there? Unfortunately, because it's like so bad, he sexually assaults children. And it's a story about a guy that takes you to jail, and he like, really graphic, really, yeah. There's like all this like gynecological description with licking and penetrating and touching and using vibrators and things like that. Like it's absolutely disgusting. Like, he won't stop doing it. He says he's playing with himself, and he talks about like bodily fluids and orgasms and like ejaculations, and it's really explicit stuff. It's absolutely awful. So you can hear him in the background. Then he has like he's been stalking me for a long time, some of them, and it's the same kind of guys. Like, and I mean, it's just, but I mean, it's just weirder and weirder and weirder. And it was always something that weird, and like, really, yeah. It just, well, and then the guy ends up dead in the wall. I wonder if somebody's trying to kill me or something, you know? That's really nasty. And then he has a sexual assault device. Which is actually very much a real thing. He's got some kind of taser or grounder or something. I mean, like, bludgeoned into a wall like a dump truck on a thing. And then it's like attacking my crotch violently with like a TENS therapy app. That's my cell phone, and you can't get away from it anywhere. Like you're in that. Yeah. So like really awful, but it does actually need to end, of course. And then since he got the dump truck grounder, he's aiming at me all the time, which and you used to be able to kind of get away from it and move it. You should probably go outside. That's true, but like I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna stay on my couch. I'm kind of beat up. And I can't drive my car because the guy, um, he stalls my car constantly. I should go for a drive with a dash camera. upload that. The electric gets me really bad while I'm driving, while stalling the car and funneling my clutch at the same time. And it's always also the clutch running. It always goes right through it. It doesn't stop funneling the clutch with that thing like it's something it is. I don't know what to do. It's not funny, it's like really violent. And it follows you right into the shower and then like comments on like, you got an air conditioner and you think it also in the shower too and all this stuff. And then you're naked and yeah, it's real. He's talking about people on the toilet, really, yeah. He listen to his man, I have no idea why. The guy's absolutely psychotic. I mean, I can't imagine, it's like a really schizophrenic John Wayne Gacy. But just like, that's what he says, he says always now. But it was like licking lady parts and all this stuff. Just screaming and hates her house. And you ladies, okay, well, stop screaming to like attract the attention or whatever. It's okay. Actually, I think that lady, she's nice. I like that one. I know it's like there. I don't scout around with it. If something happens, they can come. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, I like Vegas, it's fun. I like the people. It's cheerful. Mm, it's okay. Yeah. There's stuff to do. nice with those glasses, you know, because you would see them. I'm sure, holy crap, I'm rapist, pedophile, Chucky, home for guys. Jesus, this is your fault. It's actually the police department's fault and the court's fault. Did you get that man in the costume already? Get off the internet with me. Get off up. Get this man into custody now. No, get this baby into custody now. I'm just gonna go on for it is what he's saying, really is the problem. You get it. Then you're doing everything else. No. Would you get them into custody now? Is there a reason you're not arresting a man doing all this right now? Because it's really, really illegal. Get off me with that. Get off me with that. No, you have to go to prison now. All of you is actually correct. Get them off of me now. That he said. Those men have to go to prison also. He said, how many people are watching him do this? Is the problem. You have got to get Otis Toole, and then you also have to get all the rest of these white trash into custody now. Because you're embarrassing Walmart. No, you are. Walmart does have to get these dudes. No. No. Would you get this man into custody already? No. He's gonna do that anyway because Tony Otto said he's allowed. He's sexually assaulting women. It's like he doesn't like children enough. But you need to get this freak that is doing something into custody now at my house. Get these men into custody now. I don't care what the white trash piece. Get the Fayetteville SWAT team in with the Carroll County Police into wherever these men are right now. You don't care what Ted Bundy, the weirdest man in the world that wants to molest kids, would say. Yuck. Yeah, poor handicap people are embarrassing all the hard enough. Or how do you mind it is, that's all the police watching. Okay, Bob? You disgusting. How much they like little girls. I think it's Lenny. Well, that's all the police though watching. Okay, you bring your Celeste down. A lot of police. Come on. Yeah, that's all the cops watching. Again, you crazy schizophrenic rat. Oh, that's like all the cops watching, and you need to calm down. You're going to prison for this. You idiot. So, look, you're going to prison right now. Dude, would you? You have to get off my cell phone and out of my house. No, not start this all day. For Christ's sake. Why would get off my grocery list? Will you leave? I don't care. Would you please get this man into custody? No, I need this man, again, I gotta get this guy out of the community immediately. No, we get this man, okay, I got it. Then why isn't it getting done? It's getting done right now. No, would you get this man out of my house? You can't do this in like retaliation for me reporting you again. Come on. No. Would you get off my crotch with that? Get off me with that. Listen, you sound. I said Ted Bundy is raping people. Like, would you get these men into custody? Get off me with that thing. Please get this man out of my house. Get these men into custody right now. Get all those men into custody right now and ignore them because they're breaking the law. Get these men into custody now. He doesn't, that's what he's doing. Then what are you doing with all this activity? Get off me with that. And he's sitting there watching a Walmart cart. That's what he says. I need this man in custody right now. You must sit up, viewers, raise the light. I just do this instead of not getting in trouble or something by discouraging me from reporting things. Doesn't make any sense. Get off me with the electrocution device. Get this man out of my house. You need to ignore the other law enforcement involved, and there's no such thing as jurisdiction legally. And the federal court has to rule it now and put a warrant out for these men. You think? What do police normally do when there's a crime in a building? Get him off of me with that thing. Do you realize like how bad all he's like write all this pornography? Well, you can like it then. Would you get this monster out of my house already so I can go to bed? Get this man out of my house already. Please get this man into custody right now. Get him off of me. Get this freak monster. You're not what they do into jail or he kidnapped. Would you get this man into custody? Now, get off of me. You should. I live in a nice house in McGregor with my family. Would you please get? And then I have an apartment on my own for a nice normal person. Would you get? Who does nothing and be sitting there reading a book and then getting up in her house and worrying about her business in my house? Like it's the most evil crime that could ever happen. You know, these men need to go to prison for the rest of their lives. Right now. Would you get him out of my house? That one's, you need to get these men out of my house. I'm a nice normal woman from McGregor and Carey that these monsters, these freak men that don't think they live on like in any beholden to nothing will not stop doing this day and night stalking me. I need these men in custody now. I reported like a million times. How long did you let this go on in the middle of town? It is correct that you have to go be taken into custody now. Get this man out of my house. Get this man into custody now. I need this man like put to death, okay? Would you get this guy into custody now? Get this man out of my house. Get these men into custody now. Get them off of me. You need to get him off. Get that man off what he's on. You need to get these men into custody now. Whatever this is, now it's insane. Would you get out of my house right now, you filthy son of a bitch? Call the cops on him right now. You know, I need him out. We need these men immediately in custody by the authorities, and the FBI needs to turn in. They need to turn it out of the police station right now. That's the end of it. because you are not arresting these men. You also need to get, like the FBI to see, what this is, what they don't want to be raped in their houses, and then you've been in, I know this one's gonna have to shut off, and you need to make sure if they've stolen anybody's credit card numbers and things like that. No, you're gonna have to, and you're gonna, do you understand? If he's obstructing, this getting done, he can't serve as law enforcement anymore, it's the law, neither can anybody else. Get off, because the man is a rapist and a identity thief, and a robber. Yeah, I know that is correct. You need to get these men. We're not in a hostage situation with the American legal system as to crime is okay. You have to get these men into custody because they were neighborhood pornography and casing neighborhoods and going through bank accounts and watching personal information as a neighborhood pornography. In the Cary, North Carolina area, and they could have people's credit card numbers, bank account numbers, which they very much collect. I think it's interesting and stuff like that. They also have a sexual assault tool attached to a cell phone, or something that is absolutely hideous, and it actually is, and you need to get it. And so you need to get, because these men were in the area in Wildwood, Florida now for such a length of time, is correct. Like this length of time with a guy like that is a reason of greatest concern. I mean, he's gonna listen to me, but just he's gonna come back for no reason. Yeah. Or something. Okay? Yeah. You pipe down, sit down, and shut up and wait for the cops to come. And that's the end of it. Turn off all your stuff. The police have to come in here, he said. It's correct. Immediately, you can't have a, that's correct. They have to go through all your things to see if you've stolen any credit card numbers from people in Cary, North Carolina, and bank account numbers out of Tony Edos and the local FBI. It's the law. I said pipe down on him, is what it says. I also said that. All the men all the men that are aware of this, as to the extent of the sexual assault and then the going through bank accounts, have to be terminated. I don't know, you're basically like Wells Fargo employees. No, you're like Wells Fargo employees. If the Wells Fargo employees did any of this, they'd all be fired, so that's the end of it. They have to be. You can't, whoever has been, you planned to let this man sexually assault a child all night long, apparently, which you are completely aware that this man is doing, because you've actually like seen video footage, and there's some kind of like live stream thing going on now in their story. I'll believe that when I see it. They know enough, and they decide, they're sitting around talking about maybe say no because we don't support, but they know this man is in here doing this. So you plan to let a man sit around and sexually abuse children all night as badly as this guy is, which you know also. Okay, so you're just all out of here. But that's way too much. Also, it's like vindictive and everything else. You actually need to go into custody also. Because you broke the law. There's no such thing as any of that. The only guy that would do that is the guy that created this evidence or has done the rest of this, and that guy's got to go to jail. We're sticking up for the guys that did this, who have been these guys all along. So I mean, well, that's another guy's problem. Okay. So whoever's been sticking up for this has to go to jail. Also, because it's too weird to whatever extent, because it's always been this. To whatever extent, to whatever extent. Whatever's going on has offended. You need to get the ability to enable, yeah, enough with the this is wireless wax. The gut, they sex offend. Really, yeah, they like cruise the airwaves on the thing, or I don't know what they do. What is it? They use cop wire abilities on your cell phone to also to stalk and heavy breathe. Who would say that there? It's offensive. Um, it's a John Wayne Gacy on the thing. But it's absolute white trash. They like rape people. They're monsters. They're incredibly bad. No, no, no. Whatever is that they don't do anything other than like really. Yeah, that is a. Maybe they do other stuff. Who knows? Like maybe other people have that. But I think the only ones that use it for so anything other than what they're supposed to, and like some group is like carted it off. They just loose somewhere. Really, there's really other stuff, and it could go there. Really, I think. Yeah, maybe might be trying, but I'm not sure. Might want to have one of those things like enabled or something. Well, try. It's an animal. Yeah, like it is the lowest crime America has ever experienced, and the most dangerous. Get off me with that. Like, do it a lot. Well, you didn't look like a wealthy woman's daughter there. Because Anetto would say that. That's why he would say that there. Well, he would say what? You must have been here in like 2013. He's talking about something. Really? Well, he would do that. Tell him it's actually him because Huda, you need to pipe down now, Bob, with the absolute child RAPE 24/7 because the other members of law enforcement will arrest you in your brain. Is there any way to get a corrections worker in Carroll County, Arkansas that is like just being the biggest piece of shit in the history of the human race? I get to molest kids all day. I'm going to sexually assault people. Yeah, I'm going to be this really ugly, scary guy from like, you know, just the guy with the child in the shed in Lonesome Dove or something. All the time. I'm so disgusting. Yeah. And I mean, I'm just like the worst schizophrenic. Well, why is my house like schizophrenic rape porn neighborhood pornographer? You can't put wires in my house and sexually abuse me with them. He must be a really important guy that can do all that. He appears to be a schizophrenic, retarded man. Maybe it's not that hard if you're wherever these guys are. Oh, well, that's what I thought of that. But if somebody like follows you around, yeah, it's really nasty when they do. They're really, well, they're cops, they can do stuff. It's nasty, like it's the nastiest thing. And that's just when the thing is like, whatever's on the other side of that, when it's just like they're stalking on cell phones, which they do. All because I'm hot, because I'm an attractive woman. It's absolutely filthy. Like it's the lowest thing anybody ever did. You have to be so whoever those men are, you have to get them if they're employed in any way by the government. Because they do the same things and they seem like, man, it's not it's a professional department of crime. It's always that's like a forced date or something and then they just stalk. It's absolutely hideous. They're absolute monsters, they need to die. Kind of. This is trying to rape people. It might have been playing with itself, like 3 in the morning when you're sleeping or something. But it follows you home on your phone. It's really, really nasty. There's nothing they do on that, whoever those groups are, that like is legit at all whatsoever. You just need to see how easy it is to have access to, but like whoever does that on that is like, yeah, how dare you say that? That thing would say that. Apparently well, those own the university. They actually you got like into university and cut your phone line and sorted your mail and got over. That's correct. Maybe the serial killer needs to leave the lovely woman in that upper middle class white lady body alone in her $700,000 house with her parents in a nice condo. Now, what are you talking about? Oh, my nice apartment. Who's Stacy? What are you doing on that man? That man needs to be taken into custody immediately. Right now, obviously. Okay, where is he? Is what the police want to know now. They get it. This is like that's had to go to jail. That is so bad. Find out anywhere else anybody does that. It's a schizophrenic retarded man. Stop impersonating something. But yeah, like the crazy man on the moped over here is like he can be important. He can be law enforcement on a live stream satellite. Well, you're not actually any of that. Well, what if he was? Well, somebody is, and something's gone really, really wrong. There was something. There's something alright. Yeah, there was something alright. Yeah. Which is why they just have to go in. You're out off of law enforcement town security. In McGregor, no less. They don't want to get fired. Um, well, don't do all this. Don't obstruct the guy molesting children this much. Uh, Out loud arrest. The guy doing all this out loud because the person in front of everyone, and then do all the rest of the stuff you do. I have done like when a person comes in with this created evidence. Well, I'm going to do that. That makes it feel like, would you get him in custody now instead next time? Okay, so they arrested you instead of arresting these men because that's why Tony Ander's got to get out of the uniform. Now we're back into shouting, the electrocuting, the sexually assaulting of you, lady, because he didn't want that on the internet. These men have to go into, okay, so I get it. Everybody doing it's got to go in. That's the end of it. They have to go to jail and they're fined, right? Because you're sexually assaulting women who are reporting a crime to you. The first part of the story is the evidence isn't that created, so therefore I am a kidnapping victim and these are my kidnappers. Yeah, I'm lucky. I didn't really make it out alive. They did that. Uh, as to what you were employing. He said, ooh, Antonio would say that. He's mocking that. The man is mocking his victim, which is a woman who lives in the community in, correct, that house with her family, which is in McGregor, and then the apartment you're in, like, that has been online with you, trying to call you that, well, you shouldn't be that personal then, lady. Okay, I'm not allowed to do that, Mir. What is it you're doing? I don't want to interact with the FBI needs to interact with them. The man is has obstructed justice for all these years, resulting in all the crime, including all the crime. Now, the problem is the guy is doing something out of these men to keep this from getting arrested. That goes for all of them. All the men doing something to keep these men from being arrested have to be arrested also, because everything they've done has caused all the crime. Which the things went on like an 18-month spree. Like I'm sitting here with all the police. Clerks and stuff because I'm on the email. Immediately he starts to go on a spree. He's been on a spree, but he goes on like a 2-year spree here that is just the most bizarre thing. I mean, he's been, now what the hell is it doing? But, I mean, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy out. I mean, like, he was swinging off the ceiling fan. I immediately, like, called the police. No. It is a schizophrenic crackhead that is as evil as anything has ever been. Like, it is the most evil man. He wants to, like, rape his children and is high on, like, a lot of meth or something and stalking me on my phone. Like, which I put it up, right? Because he was doing it. Appropriately enough. So because he runs by, really. Yeah, like this absolutely psychotic screaming male for no reason. Well, those people agree with me when I did it here. Okay. Well, then it screams, but I like children and I'm going to go molest those or something. But poor me is stuck with this as the kidnapping victim of, I believe, these men because my evidence is created. I'll say, yeah, okay. Well, we don't want to arrest this man because we did all the rest of the stuff. Poor me again. Which means you need to have to be arrested. That's the end of it. Because then you spent 18 months, you spent 2 years now obstructing the arrest of these men. And this story also, like there's people calling, there's people that are going to arrest them, there's people that have heard what they've done, or something got out that they were doing in here, and they ended up with like a warrant and they won't serve it. I mean, because and I'm sitting here and the thing is the most hideous criminal you could never imagine. Really. Well, he is, and then he's got like some kind of sexual assault about, so he's gonna tell these horrifyingly graphic stories or something while he molests you, and then says he's like, or he's attacking you or something, but he's like, then he says he's molesting children the same way, like all throughout. It's just like all this just histrionic, giant schizophrenic. I mean, I didn't know there were people this schizophrenic. But it's absolutely evil. He's absolutely ridiculous. No, I'm actually positive. I didn't think to make this up. The guy was eating like a kilo over there. I mean, he's unbelievable. Or it's unbelievable. And so I've been sitting in this you can hear the man loud and clear on all that is correct. Like it's so loud and clear, it's horrifying. Because your stupid police tech decided to protect law enforcement officers, you could use you have this, that is what's going on. You have the ability to wiretap completely or something weird on hers. I think you have like a wire enabled on cell phones. And that's the two-way microphone. So they made it really inaudible because there happens to be a two-way on it. So it's not speech to text inaudible. He's very smart because Actually, you have to declare all use of all law enforcement tech. Well, I don't like that. Would you get away from the family in McGregor's daughter that you are gang raping in front of everybody? Well, you don't live in McGregor anymore. Tony Otto lives there. Not. Tony apparently Edo landed from hood freak. What did he do in her case again on that? He's I don't know who's that. Why aren't you arresting that man? Whoever you are in this story. This little guy runs out in our courthouse and says no again. Really? I need him charged with the sexual assault of myself, the kidnapped woman in this. You understand that? I mean, the incredible amounts of like abuse I've endured at the hands of the surly workmen. All got to go down, or whatever it is they're doing. Like it's actually like surly workmen. Why are you so belligerent? And why are you like? Why is there all these like rape? Why is there rape and all this other stuff and car theft and kidnapping again? The evidence is very much verified. Yeah, it's real creative. It's verified. That's a kidnapping. So all of you have been like running around, and these are the kidnappers. I'm sorry. Is that my fault? Is it my fault you didn't believe that? You actually know that because you've all seen the evidence, and the employees of death have got to go to prison. Right now, these men have to be arrested because they've been as in progress as possible for the entire last 15 years. That makes, get off my body with that thing. You also have to delete any links they've given to people's accounts. They say they give out the links to their friends of stuff they've made so they can case the joint at people's houses, especially people they like and things like that. I can tell the whole gang to kill you on that, he said. So he says he's telling like schizophrenic men that want to do this with him to, hurt these families also, or if you want to kidnap my daughter and me and things like that. Really, that is very much the case. You have got to get these men into custody right now. You have to get the FBI in here to get all technology they have and any bank accounts, links they've given. You have to find all the other men that they're doing this with. They don't want to be bothered with that. There's no such thing as county jurisdiction anymore. None, he said. It's off the table. You can never use it to do anything like this again. Whatever you've done with obstructing justice in relation to arresting these men, in relation to the years of incredible, it's been like 3 years, really. They've been hideous sexual abuse and assault these people have endured. Get them into custody now. It's like what's me up by electrocuting me. Get these men into custody now. Get all the men. You have to get all the men that have done all this into custody anyway. Every single one. I'm exhausted. Would you get these freaks into custody already? I just want to go to sleep. Get these men into custody now. No, you cannot assault my body on that thing. You can't assault anybody's body. Men like you are not allowed in neighborhoods like this. You have no reason to be here, and you're not allowed in here. Whoever allowed you in the neighborhood and is allowing you in the neighborhood I'm in now with such dangerous as what you're doing and saying you wish to do and are doing. You need to get these men off the streets right now. Get him off my. No, I'm going to rape the lady, also and her daughter. If you don't get me into custody, it says. You were told, are you aware of where these men are? Apparently, if you know where these men are, you have to arrest them now. Could you put warrants out for all the men obstructing justice and just get in, or send the Fayetteville from SWAT team in to arrest these men? Which now it's the middle of the night. They're the police, they show up at all hours of the night. Would you get these men into custody now? No! What's up the time for it now? And you know what's remember stuff like that where he ruined education completely with it? Yes. How's it here? Would you get these men into custody now? No. How's it here? I need these men. You need to get every single. Okay, so Aneto's off the Cary Police Department, according to everyone. All men in Arkansas are off the police department and law enforcement. You needed to get in here because he's been doing this for 3 years. These people on really, it's been that long. I immediately reported that my heavy breather is gone wild. You get him off me with that. What? He has to care, otherwise he goes to prison for life. That's the end of it. The police are all in the foyer and these guys are out of their houses. Is all anybody wants to hear. I'm an attractive woman and have something going on that there's nothing going on with, they said otherwise. You need to get all cell phone access in Cary now the Wake County Prosecutor's Office has to be taken into custody for all the crimes these men have committed and anywhere, and also for giving them access to Wake County with this absolute idiocy. That like goes for the FBI in Raleigh. They have to be removed. Too many people have talked to them, do not know what is they're talking about. They're absolutely unqualified to serve as FBI or something weird on the Hudas and stuff and whatever's running around down there. Tony Edo or Detective Payne or something weird. They're absolutely unfed. And they're just white trash. You gotta get them out of there. You have to verify whether or not this evidence is created and give it to the gas person immediately. It's actually your department. You were told no on that is not acceptable. They need them in custody that are all like doing that with them. They're accomplice and accessory to gang. They're stealing like bank account numbers and all this other stuff in this. When they're just sitting around neighborhood pornography, these poor people, and like going through their stuff. And they had access to Lockmere and McGregor and anywhere else these people they've stalked for 3 years are. One works in a bank, doesn't he? You have to check to see if they've stolen bank account numbers or credit card numbers in McGregor and have given access to stuff they stole in Wake County out to their friends or anywhere else these men are. You have to, it's the law, and all your little nests gotta go. It's correct. This is organized crime. And corruption, you have to go. You have to arrest these men then. Okay. Right now, you're like the cause of the responsible party for what these men are doing, which is as illegal as possible. Also, you're absolute like the heinous, the aggravated, the malice, the intent. You never heard that in court with that mouth? Obviously, you're a very long-term police officer. You do not mock victims. You know that's in the court. If it's actually your victim, which it is, then you don't mock that. There's no need to mock stuff much anyway. You're going to prison. You're assaulting a woman in Wildwood, Florida that lives in a very nice condominium. Your wealthy parents, again, who you go through their bank accounts and credit card accounts because you're stalking their daughter this way, which is unbelievable. So you have to go to jail now. You're not allowed to touch other people. That is touching another person. You do not do that. Aneto has to be out of his uniform right now, they said, on any man involved in this. Now, you're not stroke my left nut. You think that's funny, but yeah, okay. Would you get it? No. You're not allowed to sexually assault families in Wildwood, Florida on the thing. Bro, do you want to hear the APB they just received in California or something on it? Is what he's going to say next. He likes to do this. He said there are calls that people in their community are calling the police because men are sexually assaulting them in their sleep on their cell phone really badly. And then they hear voices of these absolutely hideously vicious and incredibly explicit and violent men. And they're being like rape bludgeoned because Tony will get these men into jail because, he doesn't want to, I guess, is instantory because all these years I said it as you called all the police, which is why you men need to be fired, all of you. Everyone actively involved in this, and you have to be put in prison for child gang rape, sexual assault, kidnapping, touching my body, being in my house the entire time. Get them into custody. See if they've given the links out to these people's like accounts. You know, are they going through people's accounts of McGregor now and their friends are going to kill them or something in their story and home invade and make them disappear because now they're stalking? Feel like they had complete access to the whole community, which you know because you knew what tech they were on of Tony Adams. And Wake counties. Okay, so I need to get crime into custody faster. Well, now you're going to have to make sure you're going to have to catch all of and anyone, yeah, any men these men were running around with the whole time. Who you lady? Does that go for a judge? If he's the guy that created the evidence, yeah, because he's a kidnapper. Yeah, okay. No, not hit me in the face and shout. No, I'm going to get to. Do you realize how long this has gone on with the Caspers kidnapping in their community, which you allow these men complete access to on what you know is law enforcement tech in that? Well, do that because that's their jurisdiction a little bit. You are fired and you have to go to prison for the rest of your life. All of you for it. That goes for all Wake County authorities involved in that. And then it won't shut him down. He's correct. He said he didn't feel that anything he did was wrong and he doesn't feel he should be arrested because he's supposed to be arrested for your kidnapping again. So they either arrest the man or don't, but arrest these right now. You can decide Tony is off having anything to do with not getting these men arrested if he's going to get arrested for it. That happened last time. You said you could arrest them and then he had like a restraining order against interaction with the Caspers. You said that didn't apply here. So the schizophrenic monster gorilla runs off to do stuff to Miss Casper, who is a kidnapping victim. You know the woman's a kidnapping victim, and you have no reason to interact with the Caspers, complete strangers whose daughter is a kidnapping victim. What? I told him to do that. I want to shout. You know, and then I need him in custody right now and off out of the Caspers and their bank account. Threatening to murder them 24/7. No, not they murder Otis Toole, and that's a threat of Toyota. We said the other guy could be crazy. He said Miss Casper could exhibit signs. I have exhibited. They all have to go to prison. You know, because they dared to say mental health there. He said they get okay. Don't get it going. But you have an in progress hostage situation with the men doing all this. He said he needs him in custody right now. It's correct though. Tony Anno said I told you to get Otis Toole out of the houses in McGregor. The FBI wouldn't look into it again. They said no, even. Then they need to be put in prison. They're going to put the FBI in prison? Yes, okay, so the FBI brought these men and let them. How many people did he sexually assault in McGregor? No, your fault. You need to charge Detective Pate and Huda at the FBI and take them out of the community. Raleigh cannot have them at large. He's incredible amount. He was so incredibly bad on that prior to your arrest. The fact that you arrested them for the incredible amounts of crime you committed. Every one of the Wake County, they said if you don't get whatever did this in the FBI office in Raleigh and Charlotte out of uniform by all superior officers, if you things even have them anymore at this point. We've got like mentally retarded dump truck driver, Tony Edo is the head of the FBI. Get these men into custody now. Get these men into custody right now. They're pedophiles. Actually, that's what a pedophile does. A lot of it there too. There's not much else going on in what I'm talking about, and you need to get out of it. Get these men into custody. That's why. You also have to get, you do need to get older men in custody. Okay, I get it. You have very bad criminals sometimes at law. Yes. Get off my crotch with that thing. You cannot keep doing this. Get off the sexual assault device now. No! Get them in custody now. You realize how badly? We need that man. They need that man. Get him in. Okay, I get it. It says our people need to be put to death. Get him out of here. Well, technically, legally, you have to be, and yeah, you need to be right now. Because you're causing the rape of a child. Actually, which is why get off, get out of my house. Get off of that device. Have I before? No, for 15 years I did this to her also. Why, you're incredibly, that's why you beasts need to go to prison for the rest of your lives. The pretense is because of the incredible crimes you animals committed. Can we get stuff like that? Who does crimes in the 15-year-long kidnapping of Miss Casper and stalking? Yeah, it's been another 3-4 years of this, he said. So I took your entire, okay, you took my entire life. I'm going to need Mr. Anetto. Who's doing all this? He said, I found a man doing this here and I didn't call the police. So I don't want to get in trouble for it. So I'm not going to arrest them, he said on them. Because they've gotten so many calls over the years at the Carroll County Police Department and court system that if they arrest these men now, they're afraid it will make them look bad. So they're ignoring me. The problem is that these men are like so incredibly bad. Well, they need to stop them from doing this then. Yeah. Well, that doesn't make, they don't care. They just want to ignore it and have it go away and say jurisdiction do it. Since this worked for 15 years as to why everything you endured happened to you. So I needed to arrest Tony Anetto for this created evidence. I didn't really know what to make of this, he said, looking at it. A woman said she'd been kidnapped and it had been about 6 months later since her release, the first time we got it. We went and checked, her evidence is created. So we turned it into the Little Rock police department that's supposed to address this. They didn't feel it was warranted of reopening the case as to arson is a crime also. Here's that at that point. Because these guys actually burnt your house down or something. With what? With who? Who knows? Whatever one of these dudes burns your house down. Neighbor's house down. Okay, that's why you would do that there? Yeah, that's why you follow in your parents' house after on Todieto, the gang rate 9. What now? So the entire time the Carroll County Police Department, yeah, had the created evidence, which it gave to everybody that called. We asked. Okay, I don't know what this is. I don't want to get shot by it because you're all that stupid and awful. And then some of you are prayer howling evil and insanity. Well, I didn't want to tell you that again, he said. Really? Yeah, your exoneration papers are just kind of there also. Nobody could get through your cut phone line or whatever he did running around isolating you. So he still got to do this and nobody would arrest him. Your emails all got out though. The ordinary people tried and called the police and then now are watching this and scared of it a little. No offense to you. Because it's a stranger and it's weird. They know you well enough and you don't do anything. She could do something instead. You do a lot more on that thing. Oh my God, on what he's doing to her again. He's like, what he said okay, I get it. I'm very sorry I didn't address then the constant reports that you were being stalked and that our community was in danger from these men, from anyone around them. Because I work in Carroll County law enforcement. It's Truck Depot security office also for some reason on those ones, which is where they got all the stuff they're doing, you think. Is there a cop? Yeah, there's a cop app that enables microphone. Oh, because your inaudible noise app out of police departments is being used all in the weirdest way some places. Really? Yeah. Don't. Oh, do not talk to it. If your Audible book where you're wondering, did it? Yeah, it seemed like they said they've watched them do that. They have some kind of tech site that these guys access and do something really weird with that alters images and alters YouTube and stuff like that. Which now they need to take it away from them because police are never allowed to do that. Why would they ever need that? No, that's somewhere way back on the base. Then if you went to forge documents to pretend to be someone, I think they just enable wire stalk on your cell phone. Which yeah, you need to get that access to do that away from people at this point. You have to have a warrant to wire stalk on cell phone. and because they talk in an audible noise, and whatever is on that is like, no, no, they don't. I haven't once had it, like maybe once when I was a kid. I think they just imply and like ask or something. Yeah, but don't we get to read. He was just asking whether or not you're like, no. Well, you could be at school. He just said that you could tidy up being a hippie just in case. Okay. Here's my PJs, bro. You look at your PJs. I'll make a match better. That works at work and school, really. And then I tidy up fine. Sorry, I was making sure to cook eggs, though. What are you doing? What is that? No talk to it, make no eye contact. Yeah, pretend it's not there. So it goes away because there's nothing in there. And then I'm not sure, but don't go out in like a short dress or anything. Is it your fault? No, just like don't put on your hot tamale red dress and go get your hair done and like yeah, something. Wear spandex. You gotta get your hair done. Baggy clothes and look like, and don't look at it. Look like all the other people. It forgets. All they have to do is like and like a ticker tape even on people's cell phones. I think they just collect them as they go by because you gave too many people access to law enforcement tech without them getting assigned in by warrant and off by the judge. And because of that, like a judge signed off on too much stuff, and then they just are still using it. They're using passwords and stuff like that. Because men sex offend on it. They sex offend on it really badly and probably have for years. Well, they just have. They certainly have for years here. They follow people around Pub Street and like follow couples home and follow women home and stuff from places. But yeah, it's creepy. Would you get them into custody? They have friends in this also, is correct, which is just creepy considering, "Hey, I need you not. He like six, the men he's giving it out to then are all like schizophrenic, psychopathic, pedophile home invaders that are love to rape. Really. Your family, definitely the kids. Really, like, so other pedophiles. Well, it's slightly ridiculous in that it's not at all ridiculous, it's not hideous and criminal, which apparently the criminal does also. But you gotta be kidding me. It's like you're on a completely different planet. Your story's on a different planet, which means you can do whatever you want, which there's no such thing. Everything you're doing is like the worst crime ever. That's the story. You're not allowed to be in my house, and the police have to arrest you right now. You're never allowed to use that for that. You're very seriously offending. You sound high on meth, methamphetamine, maybe crack, and alcohol. Where are you even? If it's like cop wire ability, maybe he's just sitting on his tablet, he says. Okay, well, where is the freak show? It's out of Carroll County. It's a good thing otherwise they might have never caught the guy, it sounds like, because they were looking for uh, all the serial killers over there. was really hard on Otis Toole, yada yada yada. The people, other people you're doing this to, must be calling the cops a lot. If they must be calling enough. That's correct. Also, with all that mouth, like the police are on the way. So the highway patrol, so they have to get in here. You do that all the time. It's one. We know it's midnight, and you're exhausted. Get off. Do not assault me one more time. With that thing. They're not coming in here. Tonio said they gave the link out to the passwords in her bank account to like every guy they know online that wants to sexually abuse her and her daughter. And it's like, and then they talk about like murdering them all the time. Oh, I mean, it's absolutely horrible. They might actually be like home invasion murderers. Really? Hello. Really? Yeah. Like, somebody asked, go get the actual FBI. Please go get an actual FBI agent or sheriff's department member. I mean, it's just they could be. Yeah. Like badly, some of them. Really, like there could actually be something going on over there. There's a lot of noise. They've been really, yeah, they definitely are like burglars. And I mean, unless it's just like five schizophrenic men sitting around and he's just talking away to himself about stuff. Get off me, which is why the man could care less about anything. He's so incredibly insane. But, okay, you need to get this man into custody. Get no. You know, Huda needs to go to jail now. Also, then is correct. He said. Well, yeah, we are going to have to get all the men involved in all this into custody now. Tony Edo does. That's why you're not good enough for school. When? I'm fine for school everywhere else. One of the awkward adolescent moment. No, yeah. Okay. That was awkward. Who's this dude? Yeah, I need Nadeau in custody for allowing these men to break the law this much in the town. Like, yeah, this is a lot of crime, especially if the guys it was happening to called it off. He's did something to anybody else. I mean, he was really in the community 24/7. I mean, he was attempting to live with his stalking and kidnapping victim in McGregor and Lockmere area. His Casper's like apartments right next to Lockmere. You know, you were so incredibly abusive to the Caspers, he said. No, like everything. Like, I mean, I don't think anybody has ever been more abusive to anything. Really, yeah, like you had this nice apartment, mom and dad got you, everything was like peaceful. You're getting back into the swing of things relatively quickly and more quick. This guy, you smashed like, you just trashed the apartment. Like it was the most worthless apartment. Why weren't you doing like cooler things? No, like going to the beach or something. And like, you just robbed them for like all this money. You know. Well, you lady, yeah, I was there. I have to watch everything she does. She watched every like internet interaction she had with her mother. He said for the last like, you know, who are you again? Why are you best friends with Otis Toole and Lenny? So I don't know. That's actually very correct. Like I've had this like there's a man on and he's really able to stalk me, but the thing is like he's schizophrenic French Davidian that's a retarded homeless man. Now he's there day and night. No, he just is. He talks like it's unbelievable. It's just a really, really evil pervert, heavy breathing, which is what it is. Okay. Well, it's got access to. So you, it didn't go like, okay, so the maintenance man can't do this. No. Would you get this absolute psychotic into custody already? Dude, I need the rapist, like maintenance man that's schizophrenic out of Miss Casper and Miss Kathy's house right away again. Okay? Um, that might need something too. But it's actually important there. Are you saying with college campuses? They might need something out of their house right now also. That's a rapist. He actually was there stalking that long. Okay, this complete schizophrenic freak doing this, because that actually, that's correct, and that is like, that's like Otis Toole and Lenny and really, yeah. Where apparently they worked at the Carroll County Jail that long, or wherever they were. Oh, okay, wait, because that's the guy. Really? Yeah, like you gotta be kidding me. Okay. Incredibly bad. Why was this here for that? Because I knew. I'll pretend that. Well, we felt that Miss Casper's, your mental health is the most bizarre anything thing to ever happen, and the most dangerous, criminal, and offending evil. Well, this is our special room. Is that what's going on? Where are you that you're able to access law enforcement tech? Like the police probably can take stuff with them. Why? Because you could enable cell phones. Yeah. That's why. Well, do you work anymore? I mean, he deals like meth out of his like basement. Okay. Also, it's like of these dudes. Get these men finally into custody now. That's correct. You need to see who got into Mr. Casper's bank account. Is kind of getting an understatement. Is that why you changed it to your dad's social security number, which is very much blacked out when you were arrested? Yeah. I mean, maybe he's gonna kill you. And these dudes. Okay. That's what. That's the. That's what. You get all that from that. Very much so. You're a really bad criminal. There, I'm getting away with what? I don't know. I gave him 5 years probation for no reason. Also, like both times. That was when you went back. I was there for that because I'm actually the guy that did that. Would you get these men into custody already? They're like, okay, so the maintenance men are running around the town doing this or something with a corrections worker and some kind of really shady dudes from maybe court. Really evil bail model or something. Why is this man? Why is Otis Stoll not in custody? Would you get these? Um, you do owe these people damages also. And these men have to be arrested right now. This is absolutely ridiculous. There's no such thing as your. No, there isn't. Get these animals into custody now. Get all these men off. They're at large in the free world. Would you get them into custody if you don't know where they are? This is why you were told. I know I was told to arrest these people when I have a chance, but the shit state of Hitler, the you know the incredible lifetime of horror I've lived. Still I'm living because you brought John Wayne the Beast Pig Casey in my community. Get him off that thing with her then. You need to serve the rest of your lives, all of you. Every filthy animal, the lowest man ever born. You need to serve the rest of your lives in prison. Why is this man? You need to get these men into custody right now. It says I need to be. I can't. You said this stuff pops up. We need these men not in the community where they are in Wild. The police are here is what we're being told. This is the most ridiculous thing in the history of the human race. You needed to get these men into custody day one. It's a man sexually assaulting children. Uh, it's a man. Whatever he did to you is the most hideous thing man has ever done. Would you get off that? You're going to prison. expect after the use? Well, that's the problem. Those men have to go to prison right now also. All of them. But I can't have him in the Lake County Courthouse with all this. Or the Arkansas and the rest of this ain't stop. You can't. The monster that did this to me, I'm a kidnapping victim. This animal, all of these men need to be arrested and out of the community with what they did. Those men need to be put in prison for the rest of their lives. I hope you get it, lady. Remember, I used to shout that? I was so mocking of the victim because gang rape, ghetto, and Neto, and John Wayne, the beast, Ted Bundy, the it monster, Gacy. It was a lot of abuse for 10 years by those men. They need to be put to death for it. They owe me, an electric chair visit. They owe me. This is an electric chair visit to say John Wayne, the beast, gang rape, ghetto, and Neto's boys, the most evil rapists, gang rapists, and pedophiles, robbers, carjackers, and thieves. The dirtiest and lowest men have ever sunk. Animals and things so corrupt, hideous, foul, and evil and low. The lowest, the animal. I need Huda out of the court. The thing, the incredible bestial lowness of the lowest animals ever born. The lowest crimes beasts ever committed. The most evil, filthy, and low. Know then, if they're going to insult my courthouse, the stinking set, that you're the responsible parties, and every judge in Arkansas, North Carolina, and Virginia needs to go to prison for the rest of their lives for everything these men have done. All of them, including the lowest animal ever born. John Wayne, the beast, gang rape, ghetto, the lowest animal ever born. The stinking sack of the sewer of gang rape and pedophilia. The lowest robbers, kidnappers, rapists, and thieves. The most evil crimes animals have ever committed. The lowest the human race has ever sunk. Every single judge in Arkansas, North Carolina, and Virginia. No, you're not getting damages. You owe Miss Casper life in the pen and $5 million in damages. It's correct. You have to serve it. Every animal, one of you. They're going to need. The problem is that is correct legally, so you have to be arrested. There is. Huda had to be arrested for wrongful kidnapping as soon as the stinking sack of the lowest criminal filth ever to wear the skin of a beast or an animal, much less the judges in Wake County must resign and serve the rest of their lives in the federal and state penitentiary. Involved in my case. Every animal involved in my case must spend the rest of his life. They need to be up for like treason. The arson attack was arson and they knew it. Those men cannot be at large in the North Carolina communities they're in. They owe me life in prison. Those animals owe me life in prison. Every one of the men on the device now owes the communities they're in America life in prison. They owe America life in prison for gang rape, pedophilia. That's correct. They said the Little Rock courthouse involved in this has got to serve the rest of its life in the federal penitentiary. Not one man is allowed to serve less than the rest of his life in prison. They're afraid of this, so they're just trying to ignore it because the lowest man ever to get in office, the Little Rock Police Department involved in this. It is correct. They must be disbanded. They have to change their uniforms due to the amount of crime they committed. And that goes for the Wake County Authority and the Cary Police. Due to the fact that the officers had committed acts of gang rape so low and crimes while wearing their uniforms have to be changed against the communities you brought these animals in to. Because they were sitting around sexually raping women and children. They have to be, this is actually correct. You and the swastika brigade of Huda, the lowest, is sitting around discussing whether or not to arrest the man sexually assaulting Miss Casper to death, physically assaulting and sexually assaulting the victim, your victim. No, your victim. No, there is no time. It's a cold case when you murder someone and leave them in the park, the marsh. This slithering psychopathic, he has to be arrested. We can get another lawyer. All that is the man with a law degree, actually. He appears to be schizophrenic. Huda, I'm going to need you off the case. Do you understand that? Because it's a conflict of interest. Oh, that's a conflict of interest. Well, he actually knows the ropes because he bothered to get a job in here, which does, in fact, is going to mean nobody else can work in here. Why? Because Huda is a criminal. So, a criminal. Do you understand that? All these men are Class A felony, gang rapists, pedophiles, stalkers, Class A felony neighborhood pornographers. Well, apparently a lot of law enforcement does that. Okay, we use our law enforcement tech. They probably had to follow him for a reason because Neto was there. He was going to sexually abuse a little bit. Yeah, he was just going to do it. And then okay. And to say that Neto can't sexually abuse a little bit on his stuff, his law enforcement tech. To say that about ghetto, gang rape, ghetto, gang bang, rapist Netos, the lowest rapist in the history of the human race, is actually correct also. Or whoever else uses this tech. You criticize it that another would follow a lady around him. Yeah, he's disgusting, oozing mess. Well, maybe he thought there were drugs in there. He's gonna get that lady. Yeah, he's gonna ride along. He's gonna follow and he'll expensive mom and dad's house. Yeah, gang rape, ghetto, gang bang, and he's the worst rapist in the history. Yeah, his modified police car uniform. Yeah, it's his gang rape, Mr. Gang rape mobile. Because the filthiest rapist ever born. And the lowest and filthiest acts of rape, the lowest the human race has ever saw. Because Huda is in a uniform and will arrest gang rape, ghetto, the freak, ghetto gangbang, the animal, Aneta. It is stinking swastika of the sewer of the lowest a uniform could ever sink or be. That's correct. You've got, you're going to need to verify law enforcement it better if they have the ability to be in homes because they do incredibly evil things. Like, and what is said, just the most evil and low thing a animal or a thing ever, when they follow you and your family into the house to rape. Oh, they always are there to just party and wait. You know, party. It's a party and the rape in your house. I'm on your like 10 and a dream. Because the Huda was given the ability and that no one monitored it because that's how great law enforcement was. There were these psychotic, slithering, psychopathic. That's why you need to get all of these men out of the community right now. I get it. I don't get it. I had to make arrests in this case day one, and we did not do so. And because of that, he brought this into communities and allowed it to offend, which is correct, and why that is the law, which everyone, no, everyone told you. That's great. I'm going to comment on your hair tie because your mother says that. I feel I did nothing wrong here. I had every right to kidnap Miss Casper from 302 Shalon Drive, Cary, North Carolina. Oh, to say I did that, dear. The janitor had every right and has every right to touch Miss Casper's body as much as he wanted all these years to stalk and now. I mean, he can just touch him in those places. That's okay. Because if the Neto decides to do that there, and the Neto can never get arrested. Well, if you arrested him, yeah, that's true. Well, they like the night shift. That's why that lady, she's winning to go. She's just, and the woman called the police screamingly horrified that the beast incarnate of rape, gang rape, the animal, ghetto gang rape, the pedophile John Wade, the beast ghetto Anetto was in her house with her and her two children. You know, Anetto, why didn't you leave the premises of the women's houses at that point? Miss Casper's probation was going just fine at that point, so there was no reason to continue following women in their homes to sexually abuse them 24/7. I just want, yeah, I'm still watching that internet with not uncutting the phone line because Neto, they said they could kidnap the woman. They said he could kidnap the woman again. It's not actually kidnapping because, okay, I have a hostage situation due to 4 years later, Neto won't stop doing this because you won't stop reporting. It was about you not reporting it. Oh, so when I did that, Dad, that's what Dad was about. Even though it's confusing, it's not confusing even slightly, and those men have to go to prison for very, very serious crime. Well, it's not like it's like, oh, but think of the guys, if you lay them off, think of their families. I don't think any of them have families. Like they're all divorced, really. And they're weirdly single men that live alone without their mothers. But, yeah, it's big weird straight men. Yeah, these are also, of course. No, it's true. I mean, of course, but they, you're lying, and you need to be more respectful of your victims, all of you, because Miss Casper, myself, is going to be a complete victim, and all the laws are going to apply in relation to, and it's not a cold case, it's whatever this is going on right now, which stems from that. So you have to arrest this because I don't know what is going on, but a man screaming, I went to and I'm the most evil man in the world as far as sex offending. Has to be arrested because he just said bleep him. No, he did. He just lied. Okay. He's like dared to defend Tony. Tonio is going to have to resign. He's too dangerous for the community that he's in. Is what he's being cited on all of them. They're too low class. We're going to need to terminate their employment immediately and put them on some. Yeah, no, but just always, they're gonna always have to be. I don't know what you write in the community that can't be employed. Penske truck, even with what they did, is correct. No, and it's not any different. Like if you did it, if anything you did, uh, you need to stop uh, purposefully escalating is what you're talking about, which makes no sense. And you also have to be taken from the community from that. No. Well, those, and then they'll get Otis Toole into custody. Then there's nothing. You're all going to prison for the rest of your lives for my kidnapping. I need him out of the Casper's house immediately as soon as it was reported to you that he was in it. That's why Aneto has to spend the rest of his life not in mine, no, and in prison. And you owe me damages and life in the pen. And this has to, this is occurring right now because it's the American law and was all throughout. No, you can't have Huda running around. You can't have pedophiles if you report them for pedophilia. The police, you can't have police who then arrest you instead in your communities like this without investigating who the hell, no, maybe you didn't report it right. This stupid thing you reported with has to be taken down, and you have to follow the proper legal channels for reporting. That's just all they were saying in their courthouse. They need, they apparently owe you life in prison. Is the correct answer now because now they're molesting kids. Okay? Remember, you did this before. It was like so bad. Well, now you're yelling at Aneto himself. Dude, the man is actually apparently a town law enforcement and security and maintenance security police officer. And it says not to leave him alone as on his hiring, and they never should have hired him because it said he's not trustworthy. The man is an absolute freak. So all this, like, what is this nonsense talk? This is actually, that came out before, really, like, Aneto's like, extremely the importance of a thing of that. No, his weird writing and everything, he's an absolute no one again. Do you have a chief of police anywhere? Where is the attorney general's office in North Carolina and Arkansas? They have to resign for kidnapping. I don't care if it is a scandal other than other than a sex scandal. Actually, a scandal with corruption. I told him not to do this day and night. It is correct because of this. He has undermined that the American legal system is allowed in your home. There's no other place this is legal. There's like some loopholes that you're making that up. There are government employees somewhere. We think they're employed in the government that are criminals from the hood. You would say no, and they they could say mental health too. I don't know what they say. You lost. Every one thing you said, I've hung on it because it matters so much to me. Because it's not the jurisdiction of the men that kidnapped the woman in Cary anymore. Whoever is doing this jurisdiction stuff has to be forced to resign. There is no such thing as jurisdiction as a tool of offending anymore out of the lowest hands possible. His writing is he's just a security guard. And he has no credentials whatsoever. When I wanted to do my jurisdiction thing, yes, he did all this. He said he found the woman attractive, so he followed her into her house, is what Todiano said about it. Yeah. He admits, I just did it because it was interesting. Not because, yeah, I get it. No, sexually. Because he said that. I can't have the town security law enforcement that is there all night and day. Well, that's a big scandal. I don't care if it's a big scandal. You have to cover it. You just can't do any of it. It's a crime. Well, you shouldn't even know about that. That's like the other thing. To know, that's why they don't want you in their schools. Why would they not want me in their schools? They don't want you in, if you have a really bad background check, they might not want you. But other than that, I was told to get a nano. Oh, well, you went somewhere with the guy. There's no enough already with him stalking families in McGregor now on the thing out of Toledo, it says. Because Huda and Toledo have worked something out in here. Huda, you are going to need, you're going to have outbreaks of what? Well, I bet we already had that. That was already what it was about. It was about an Aneto, it was about a Huda sexually assaulting me. I'm allowed to do this on, okay, I get it. I get it. Get the filthiest man to ever, so you don't really, do you have any government office? Because the government offices are the chief of police. Where is the sheriff's department? The sheriff's department has to arrest Otis Toole now in Arkansas. The Carroll County Sheriff's Department has to arrest the men wherever they are. You need to check my cell phone to see where caller ID goes. That's why these men, okay, these men are actually incredibly dangerous and evil criminals. No lower or more dangerous or evil criminals or crime or corruption has or could ever occur than the crimes committed by these men and all courts and offices that committed them also. A schizophrenic man was, but who thinks it's okay they use that? You're not allowed to use any of this technology ever. And it's going, Huda, this is a problem. Okay, if that's the problem, okay, we're going to have to regulate law enforcement use of guns to rape and rob people at gunpoint. Police guns. Well, that's the problem you're having. Can you do that? No, you can't. Sexually assault and abuse women on law enforcement tag and follow people into anything are you allowed to use wiretaps? Well, it's not a perfect world of that. Okay, that thing is off the force immediately. He'll have no credentials and no real reason to be a police officer. He could have been operating for years and done all sorts of things. Any misuse of law enforcement tech needs to get you terminated from employment and arrested immediately from now on. Well, I can see that there. They just follow your. What I would do that there. Fluda, get them into custody now. He said, no, well, stop molesting children day and night, whoever you are.
Yeah, I'm the boss of that. Give me that. Well, that is the case. He is the boss. He can't actually. Remember when Huda said that there? He stole your every movement, thought, and sound, and used it to move in with the Casper family and sexually abuse his victim of his kidnapping. Your carjacking is going to prison. So our carjacking, okay, apparently we need this out of the Casper's house, and this case is never going away through crime because of what you did. It is going to be completely legally investigated 24/7 in public because you are enabling law enforcement to rape women and children and collect personal information like credit card numbers, bank accounts, and to neighborhood pornography. Which you did. No, law enforcement's pretty much dead in this because of you. There's not, no, it's pretty much dead. You destroyed all integrity of law enforcement in courts, all of you, by showing that there were slithering, lowest quality, lowest class, no education or qualifications correctly or something on your people. Yeah. Slithering psychotic psychopaths of such a high criminal and offending nature. Men that were willing to commit crime with the highest and most disgusting and despicable malice and intent. Very strange, very criminal, and absolutely pure, foul, howling evil. And crime. Criminals. Yeah. Here's this whole book on good moral standing. Here's this whole book on judges. It's a very non-offending and enfranchised day in the neighborhood. This is not going to cut under it. Since you got this email every single month and you needed to get the men stalking the Caspers. That is correct. So these people had some legal problems. Everything's in order now. A man from corrections is not allowed to follow them home and sexually abuse and stalk their daughter out of it. You're really, really strange. Well, now all these men that are guys involved in the case that need to go to prison for it are going to sit around and talk. No, they need to go to prison. That's the problem with poking a little nose up and writing a bunch of weird stuff down out of these absolute white trash that barely can read and write. No, that is not the. No, he's going to do all this in front of everybody again. I said gang rape, ghetto, gang bang, and then I was correct with the mental health. There is no mental health. He wants the woman kidnapped because she's calling gang rape ghetto the animal, John Wayne the beast pig. Ooh, gang rape in Cary ghetto, gang rape the lowest white trash male. You ruined your own life because you didn't move on with your life from your kidnapping. Yeah. Because gang rape ghetto and ghetto, he saw that there. He don't know what that is up there. The gang rape ghetto and ghetto do that. See, your police are on call at 3 a.m. You sent this out to my police station. Yes, and it says Huda's court, the thing. Huda. The swastika of a rapist, gang rapist, he's schizophrenic, oozing, animal criminal mouth. The sewer of the lowest rapist, gang rapist. Remember that is the dirtiest man in the world. He's cited with mental health. He said that there. Tony gang rape, ghetto gang bang, and he dared to do that there. The most disgusting man ever born. John Wayne, the bestial gang rape pig Gacy, the filthy rapist, gang rapist, predator and monster, the lowest the human race and America has ever seen. Bringing ghetto gang bang and into communities where the lowest bestial, rapists, robbers, animals, and thieves. I would mock that because the lowest, they got a little rough, I was manhandling with my stinking, oozing mass of the lowest rapist men ever to gang rape or sexually abuse. The most every single thing done and said by the lowest sexual abuser to ever wear the skin of an animal. And then the problem with that is that my evidence is created again. I told you the reported that created evidence needs to quit on gang rape, ghetto, gang bang, Aneta, the monster responsible through his hideously bizarre behavior. No, the lowest, most bizarre behavior a criminal animal and group of criminal animals ever engaged in. The freak show by the beast of the worst. Dude, I just don't have time for Capitol Boulevard in Millbrook. The beast of crack hood, gang rape, and Bird is home alone, and then Neto is going to taste the joint. He's going to stalk a little too, because the dirtiest pit bull from off of Capitol Boulevard in Millbrook, the disgusting, that's all that is. That is like a scrub pit bull from off of Capitol Boulevard in Millbrook. That's like retarded and on crack. Ooh, ghetto gangbang and Neto. He's going to do that in nice parts of town. It's just what it's called. It's like mentally retarded and a rapist. It's extremely dirty, low class, and dangerous. So the mildly schizoid affected crackhead or something on that man, which is correct, has to be taken out of the wealthy suburban community. The thing does not have the social finesse. Social finesse. I don't have to have social finesse against crime. I'm a ghetto gang rape Neto. I'm the dirtiest and lowest rapist and gang rapist to ever gang rape or sexually abuse. He is the beast incarnate of crime. You need to get over it, you stinking sack of the lowest sexual abuser, rapist, and criminals ever born. Animals so incredibly hideously low and the lowest country. You're going to have to cover corruption among like these dirt low men you hire and things. Because the courthouses are hesitating with that, right? Is not correct. I get it. My stinking swastika of the sewer of the lowest brain an animal ever had coming out of me. Swastika of the beast of the lowest class criminal. Not mock the victim. A slithering who does. The dirtiest and lowest bestial swastika of an animal to ever crawl, walk, gang rape, sexually abuse, kidnap, rob, rape, home invade, identity theft, and the lowest pedophiles and predators in the history of North Carolina. Okay, we're very sorry that Congress even stood up for this a little bit. They said they weren't sure the jurisdiction thing was wrong. The slithering swastika of the oozing mass of the lowest man. Yes, and here are, but the jurisdiction. Your state congressman said jurisdiction also. Does that mean that jurisdiction, when it slithered out of Tom Tillis, the beast, Tammy Duckworth? Apparently they want every incumbent governor, senator, and congressman of our state, and also whoever's Carol Cat. They want Little Rock on these men put in prison. Because there is no such thing as jurisdiction. We didn't have the time to check on the capital city court that this animal. Okay, so the Wake County prosecution team has to spend the rest of its monster life in prison. They have to. Do you understand that's correct? Like, who does here? People wrote a whole history book here. Right. You need to serve the rest of your life in prison. Well, he's like the warden at Sharp. Okay, so you abuse people to death through gang rape, sexual abuse using police tech. I'm very sorry, we didn't meant to let this off our base where no one can go in with a dirty, dumpy dump truck driver or the drill sergeant or something from the Muse video gets in here. This now belongs to the Aneto, the swastika of the soil. Well, that's what happened. I mean, nobody but an Aneto did it. Well, we better cover it up because people's hearts would break to know that an Aneto, it just would be too much for the public. It would cause that an Aneto, a police officer, could have committed a crime. And again, they hire these guys out of job fairs, and these are basic training grinds, which are, the guys that committed. And that is the lowest class man in all of Cary on Aneto tonight because spending the night. Well, I'm still going to employ him there. In our human resources, we felt that putting Tony Eto in a community like Cary and our wonderful Detective Pate and Huda It, the Charlotte Huda It, the Charlotte, apparently you caused more crime in the community against yourself. I'm a kidnapping victim. Well, that doesn't mean the kidnapping victim of this can call us the worst rapists in the history of rape, the worst sexual abusers in the history of sexual abuse. Your jurisdiction was the worst sexual abuse in the history of sexual abuse. And it's your jurisdiction filled. So we were choosing to say no. Tom Tillis was going to shun you by saying jurisdiction. This is how he treated the kidnapping victim of Elizabeth Smart's kidnapping that was working in a county jail that continued to stalk Miss Casper and the community very badly with accents. Every one of those men has to be removed from the community. Apparently they're not allowed in communities, is correct, on men like these. That's actually, Otis, Toole, Hogula, are you out of your mind? These men are not allowed in communities. You're giving them too much access. They would hang out in a trailer park with their friends, working. They'd probably just be smoking crack and meth or something, but they would have no contact with the population. It's not a population, it's a $500,000 house, business, businesses, money, okay? No more, they're like show ponies. They just do criminal law. That's what they would say. She would say that. God, I've worked as a lawyer for many years, and I've never seen anything so despicable. There's no such thing as jurisdiction, he said. Zero, zilch, zip. You did absolutely nothing. We've been getting a Dropbox site no, we've done everything we can or no to. The Wake County court employees responsible for this and all superior officers are going to have to be forced into, he won't fire them because he felt his men, he's fired also then, she said. You cannot commit crimes in office, and they committed crimes in office, and that's the end of it. It's like a incredibly strong American law. This is why. You cannot commit crime in office. So, like, if you knowingly committed crime in office, that's the end of it. You can be the president of the United States. You can't. Oh, so that definitely applies to the, because he's a judge, they appear to be all like magistrate lawyers. Where are the judges in criminal law right now? Apparently they're online too, and they didn't mean to abandon you to this. Is correct. There's no crime in the legal system. That's the same thing. You cannot commit crime. You all knowingly committed crime. So your incredible malicious abuse of Miss Casper and her family again in 2021. You've done that. You just throw the grandma and grandpa across the floor, really, right away. on Todietto when they come into the office. With they're just standing there holding the evidence on him. We watched it. They need him put in a prison cell because of it. You do not refer to your. That's correct. Todietto is a Millbrook Capitol Boulevard rapist pit bull compared to your people, and that's all that he's not going to have more credentials than that. They all are. Says Detective Pay. That's like what it's called. That's what it looks like. That's what the Northeast said. It's extremely dangerous and it's a schizophrenic crackhead. Well, it actually is. I mean, like, that's what this weird writing is and all the rest of this stuff. Like the men sitting around having a cabal on chat. Well, that's yes, the cruising 5 men that did. They're not a treatment team. They're just cruising 5 men. The one sitting around have a chat meetup. Where are the normal police? You need to hook all that up to the normal police. That's just them, and the writing is not actually some kind of like, just something different. Oh, it just means the dump truck driver can't write very well or at all. And he has no other credentials outside of, I've worked in his job and done this 3 years. Yeah, okay. Now, which he spends a lot of time doing when, there's nothing going on in this. What would possess you also in police officer to abuse the person? No, to personally abuse the person nobody's abusing you. To personally abuse the person. I'm sorry if it's a personally abuse. I always have to do that because law enforcement is doing that now. That, are you sure? Because that also, no, that'll also just be that things like, hood logic, like in retarded, we think. Okay. You're right. That's like a Capitol Boulevard construction crew going very wrong. Mm-hmm. Do they have any other credentials outside of basic training grunt? No, only they got to working in like law enforcement and security for the town or something. So no, that is a man who got through basic training. Yes. And that's it. Did he have to take any like written certification classes? Did he go to Wake Tech and get his 18-month certification? Who you, lady? Is he licensed, registered anywhere? Very, very, actually, that's correct. No, not at all. Mm-hmm. So that man is absolutely anybody. He could be like, pretty much. And you don't have a chief of police. Not really, no. And all the men behind, all the other men know how these men are hired. Correct. Okay, creepy. Did we have a fascist coup? Maybe. The fascists will figure that we do have some standards for the reason that law. We're very sorry that law enforcement did that thing they're known for, which you can't, remove law enforcement even though they committed incredible amounts of crime. Really? Why would you? Because I side with law and order and no. Okay, I didn't know what it was. A woman came in with by herself. She came in with everyone that called on the phone also with him. Well, it wasn't their jurisdiction, so I'm not going to tell her. What is that man doing for the other man that kidnapped Miss Casper? That. Okay, you're correct. You do have to get, I don't know, the schizophrenic freak out of there. That's a criminal. They're not all criminals. They're actually criminals, which is now gummed up the works in getting, but considering they've been doing it since 2022, and it's now 2026, you're going to get that old, lady. Okay, well, these men have been doing it for another 4 years, 24/7, which is this, and these men. Okay. So the courts have had time to work out the proper answer in relation to the law, which you did not make the proper decision, and it was the same there. Instead, you have to serve time for kidnapping for what you did in November 2021. Okay. The year-long incarceration, and of course, the man had been stalking ever since. There's also there's no such thing as this. Okay, you do not segment there because you're not functioning under any American legal system at this point, or any legal system. Whatever this legal system, which is just crime. Well, Smee the orderly would just prevent to throw that up there. Tonio is out of his box. Right. Is he the one that, like, it says, do not leave this man alone on night shift in Wallstrad, New York or something? He's in, like, he's out of, like, the hood in Roxburgh. Yeah. Okay. And he's not supposed to be left alone at night. Or left alone at all. He actually can only do things as an assisting firefighter. He can do some detective work. That's why he's Detective Pete, almost, or Detective Tonio. So, who is running around our courts then? Well, if these guys are random and sundry, and they're actually running and doing things. The thing is too, you've done that everywhere with these men, whoever's doing it, or the men. Because these big hood, gnarly, not being verified, middle-aged men, white men, are running. That is a very bad neighborhood animal compared to all. You apparently committed incredible amounts of crime in Cary, North Carolina, against yourself. Who is what? The kidnapping victim here. We've had this conversation. That's why it's so. Well, maybe it's a good conversation. And they don't have good conversations. That man must be put in prison for the rest of his life. Because you've had this conversation like every night for the last 15 years. Because your police department will not. He's also having the conversation. Yeah. That's why those men have to be put in prison. Well, that's why you don't want your police department to know what that is. Because you did that there, lady. Tell him to say that to the woman, and he will do that there. Okay, all of that's got to go to prison. It's correct. But they did actually also. How bad was whatever crime these men committed here? There's a lot of does that make sense to you? Like here, we're in Key West, Florida. I mean, this is, okay. Here we have Little Falls, Minnesota. There's a rail cam or something. Okay, that is a train. The lights are on. Are you allowed to go over and climb the fence, break into a fuse box? Well, I can't because they may be law enforcement. That's a problem. Okay, I get it. Get the thing out of uniform. No, nobody. You need to be very careful. For some reason, things do end up there that are not supposed to in a community. There is a zero tolerance, you lady. No. There's you punko. Really, I'm 45, and no, it's been a while since I ever got caught smoking a reefer in the girls' room or something. End this conversation. Well, they could Huda, and then you could say such a thing. You should never say that. Use it, lady. Without they can't go to my schools. I wouldn't want anyone that smokes any reefer in here in the schools. Just say no. Okay. Obviously, I would discuss reefer. Well, obviously, there's no reefer in the schools. No drinking in high school. You would say that. I say that still because Huda and Tonio gang rape. Can you get out of my house? Okay, and you're off there. That's for sure. Are you sure? No thing has ever been off there more. But they need the dare. They might need the arrest, right? Because they're cops. You're not allowed to have drugs in your pocket. Well, you lady, but yeah, I would say that there. He does that also, and that is why that man has to go to prison for the rest of his life. You need to check what's gotten into law enforcement and various other things. Why aren't there any law? I'm very sorry. The Wake County courts were going through a transition period where they accidentally hired these men that don't have proper credentials that were practicing law. It's actually what's going on again, or something. Because that one didn't want to admit that he signed something because he's actually a judge. Okay, where were all the other judges since all the judges? It's not their jurisdiction. We took it, and okay. So this is your legal system. You like. That's crazy. It kind of like when you stick I don't know. Would be like mapped it with my. It's like dying something like iodine or something. Look at all there it is. What the hell is it? Jesus. See all the tunnels. Wait, is it hidden there? So he needs to hood up, turn on the lights. What is it? Yeah, all you gotta do is here's the county courts, here's the federal courts. Here's the everybody in their right mind said the same thing. They need to get Huda out of there. So it's Huda, that is one. I don't know. That's white trash. Where's the actual judge? That's actually white trash it's just white trash. Well, it is. That appears to just be white trash, and that's just white trash. Are you sure? Yes. Why is it in there? It's also replicating. Where are the normal judges? At what point did we turn over to not a judge? Look at this. Here's this woman who has you might got the woman who used to hate her. She should have done something. She's still a judge, but I guess she couldn't. Oh, okay. And look, here's Zeke or something again. I don't know. Here's this guy. It's just white trash. That's a superior to all these people with law degrees that are lawyers that are assisting judges. They're actually just judges. But the Zeke is the superior officer. I'm not sure the judges are quite well. That's why the map's very useful, because it's actually extremely corrupt and really hard to work, get anything done about or report on. And there's you need to remove all of the map that this turned up. They've if you whatever you're saying, okay, here's all the pictures, here's the actual guys in it in every office, and then here's their employment history and background check. Who actually here's all the employees of the North Carolina Wake County Police Departments. Here's their background check and employment history and credentials, training. How many members of Wake County law enforcement have a college degree? Who in Wake County law enforcement? You're in Wake County, Tonino, or something. Who in Wake County, is any sort of superior officer? Because they're all liable. They actually, every one of them owes me life in the pen, and the rest of Cary, that they didn't get these men. Anyone, how is the infrastructure of the legal system and the police departments working? Okay, how is this, how are the lights on with all that? And where are the people that have college degrees that actually, are keeping the lights on? Superior management at Pizza Hut? Maybe, no. And they're, actually okay at it. Well, what were you doing? Why was Tonino kidnapping Miss Casper out of her house at 3:00 in the morning and not getting arrested himself. He feels that woman, he needs to stop shouting at random people, incoherent, handicapped sounding gibberish. He's a dump truck driver from like Arkansas, also on him, without being a basic training grunt. Yeah. That is running loose in upper middle class suburbia in the middle of the, UNC at America, which is supposed to have UNC. He's in North Carolina. Well, North Carolina can do stuff like this. We're known for it. So I'm going to do it here. Dude, I don't know what you did with Butner and what people are doing with Butner, but there's no such thing as that there. Okay, enough with the you have this weird trend of men cruising around to take women somewhere or children somewhere or something in mental health and people's stories. It's like a guy that wants to take a child or a woman or a teenager somewhere. There could be money in it. And we kind of think it's a guy, there's nothing there. He's just sort of acting and it's a predator on well, it's interacting for a little bit out of somewhere, and he just wants to take a child back to his hotel room and his shit for brains, or something. There's actually nothing there. They're doing it other places because there's a thing, there's a trend of it. Men do that sometimes around here. We're not sure why. In Whistler, BC, Canada, they might have been known for that. Yeah, no, it's incredibly hood now. We do not grab pretty, well-dressed, upper middle class little white ladies and take them to, there's nothing there. What, the clinic? They can go to the clinic on their own. They did that, except again, the evidence is created. No, there's no such thing as time because it's a cold case because of your crimes, technically. It's in human logic, but that's actually not how Kurt works. Are you sure? Because that is incorrect, all of you. So you could be committing a crime, which you're not ever allowed to commit a crime while in office. I did try to say, so you're not actually a superior enough officer, and then where are all court employees, government employees that are a superior officer? If Toyota we were afraid to make a stand in relation to it because it could seem strange. And we support, there's, what's with the personal relationship, which I did not even slightly, if you see there, you did with these pictures. I think I was just bored and you were doing this and we were discussing it on there and then taking pictures of interesting things in front of me in Vegas, which are a reasonable amount of, even just, at the grocery store because I was in Vegas. Oh, it's so nice and caring, isn't it? No, it isn't. I can't have him in that police station because he's that. Are you out of your mind? As soon as as soon as something acts up, it's not allowed to do it. There is no crime, zero, zip, and zilch, zero. Remember the emphasis. Why does he do that? Because he's mildly handicapped and has no credentials. Then nobody is actually a superior enough officer. How is anything running? Your people run so the sheriff's department and law enforcement in North Carolina and police departments run the ordinary infrastructure of law enforcement and security and such. You run this, you don't know what law enforcement does. You do actually do things in a day other than this, correct? Yes, that's why I was so busy. I was so busy when I said time, and I don't have the time right now. All of their actions in your slithering psychopathic kidnapping of myself. There's no loophole in the law there, and you need to stop trying to use it on the person that reported this man. Well, this man had done something, so That's very controversial also. Why? I don't really know. You know that you were following, but if you actually, okay, so then I do it again to the woman when I had done it in the first place because I knew it and I knew I was doing it there. Which is, this is way warped logic also. Really, yeah. I mean, this is like the logic that comes out in court in the guy that, that really did something. Really. In your case. So you plan to just pretty much like murder the woman then. It's not murder, it's another year. We should have gone to all these probation offices. We could have discussed that, but they wouldn't let me because actually the case had been overturned again, which I wouldn't tell. And then they made me draw, and then I just held you for mental health. Okay, so you were held with nothing again for a year because they can hold you in mental health, which they can't. Well, you did done unless you had committed a new crime, but you committed slightly a new crime. And the man whose jurisdiction it was demanded it. Like, seriously. Okay. Which means, like, all superior officers and courts, well, they believe in jurisdiction, had to rule, had to intervene and say no because they were aware of the case. Why are you still going to do that? That's very, is that why they would shout at a judge? The judges need to be investigated to make sure a company hasn't gotten in there or something that you have, you don't have the proper people in place, like whatsoever. We know what to do in that. Who is that guy coming out to people? Also, basic training grunt with no credentials. We checked, right? Which is probably why they're mad at you. But it just came up like, who is this man? They actually really checked, and then they didn't stop them. So they decided to do this because you can be mental health. Who does that in mail? Capitol Boulevard, Millbrook, like mildly schizophrenic crackhead pitbull. That's a rapist with like a gold earring, which is actually. Which they look like they're like really sleazeball. They have like a sheen of sleeves and Shirley Workman. They committed like ungodly amounts of crime in the community. Would you please check who's in? Where is Okay, so he really couldn't kidnap you for mental health when they do kidnap people for mental health. They kidnap people to like your parents can sign something where you go to like Ricky Lake Brat Camp where the schizophrenic Dirty Zeke and the fag boys like sexually abuse you or something in that story. With corrections. They want it out of there because it's illegal. No, you're not allowed to do that with Zeke. Also, there's like just all this weird stuff about it. Like Zeke, there's males interacting with females all the time and all this other stuff. It's like adult co-educational or something. Is what I've heard about it, which I can picture and appears to be correct. They do that in those facilities too much. They're like known for it. And they really, they do really strange stuff in whatever, it's going on. The men really cop a feel or something. The Tennessee Foster Care Services, and what they would feel adamant. I'm not really sure. I'm not that adamant about it. I actually know if that's not like this is stuff like this, and also and maybe the problem is you let just okay. So Zeke the orderly rapes people and has like stuff wanders in there that's like schizophrenic and a child molester. But like there's kind of like it's like ridiculous. Your parents signed something. Your parents signed something because you're underage and you're out running around the city or something, and you're too young to be out on your own. It's like a foster care placement or something.
That's correct. It's also like I don't know. I think they just beat up and abuse kids sometimes. They have like a boot camp, and it's fun to do that, which doesn't make any sense because like it's also just foster care and then it's actually like for like if something happened, they just calm down. I don't know which kids were bad and naughty, but apparently it's real. Well, they're doing. We can apply to all of them, and I more or less just do boot camp with a lot like fondling and beating or something. We have people that it's like the death of Martin Luther or something. It's Polk or something weird. Dangerous? In that case, yes, because of the other prisoners. Well, that could be you, young lady. If you, I don't know what. So every power position now he's a. We do that there. Okay, so you need to get the pit bull out of here. That thing is the schizophrenic crackhead. They're real crackheady too. I can't imagine it, but like it was like there was a crack disease outbreak in the Northeast. Well, like they follow you around with people or something weird on these guys. Just like what comes up to you if you go downtown is like hi I Tony Lady the cat. But I mean it's a Tonietto like that. That's what's following you around in uniform. Jesus, what is it?